week.
Welcome! If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the Nameless Fellowship session 46.
46. We're so close.
So close to 50. Wow.
Yeah,
I
and
know.
still only a month in, so the party never stops.
Yeah, party never stops. Lots of things are happening. Okay, so recap.
The Nameless Fellowship, lots of things are happening.
Lots of things are happening. Just air quotes like underneath it. So this situation is absolutely crazy. What happened? Just looking. We had decided. Just looking. Came to the port city of Alathan. We had came here to procure a boat. That is why we came to the city, to get a day's rest, get a boat, and get out. Turns out that
we did that.
We did.
We did that. We did it. We got the boat. We got a nice sloop from Ralph Ship & Co. Rented that out, courtesy of some things happening in terms of Ralph Gobble Smack. There's intricate plays there. We interpret some shady business happening, and so you maybe work that to your advantage to get and procure that sloop for your travels. Now, regardless of what we were kind of doing, I'm just going to highlight on a few of the points of that stuff. Primarily towards Varys, right? Some of that information kind of coming back to you. And that in terms of what the name drop was for First Master Brennan Tylus. That was, say, asked for at the Tavern of Takthar. They kind of explain to you that Ismar is not like other regions, right? There's a kind of an independent scene region upon the continent. Ismar is a very nomadic one. There's monsters, there's creatures. And so it has a difference there that you can't just like find like a hideout, right? It's not that they don't exist, but it's definitely something that's a little bit there. They mentioned Uf Harim. That was something that was dropped, and that there was a mutual agreement with the kind of Uf Harim to kind of between the factions of Velk and Uf Harim. So that was there. Now we had kind of a hint, perhaps, towards the Forsaken, right? The leader kind of came in time with the timeline. There's both like kind of added up with like a blood drinker as they presented to you. So those kind of percolating through your mind there. Now, as we get to this scene, we had made way to the Enticing Weasel. This is on the east side of the city center of Alathan. The bridge to cross the massive Gorn River is just nearby here. It's only like several blocks away. You can get across the river and head into the middle or south Gorn Valley. So the Enticing Weasel is an adventurers and travelers tavern. Okay, it's filled with all manners of folk. There's some sailors, individuals, dock workers that come up here as well. And it's a party, right? You're here to drink, you're here to eat, and you're here to kind of throw away everything that might have plagued you from the rest of the days that you might have had. So we had procured delicious food, which apparently in your mind is exquisite when it was made out to be not so great. And the drinks were provided of a variety, and it was great. It was awesome. Well, we might have observed something going down, and that was these individuals that were delivering what you all witnessed to be smuggled product. The same stuff that you might have been introduced to earlier in the game.
And it's quite literally sitting on our table as we speak.
And it's quite literally
and in our pockets.
On your table. And in your pockets.
And in our dreams.
The characters that you see Heavy Heart that are kind of working off of this, they have a couple different wagons that they're unloading these barrels from, and they are running them to the metal kind of cellar that one of the barkeeps is currently helping with is Stilton, and they're kind of lowering it down into the cellar there. They have differing of weapons, cloaks of black, hoods usually of yellow or gold. They don't necessarily have anything that would hold them as a collective beyond some of the colorations of their clothes. Their armor sometimes differs, their weapons, but they usually have finesse, light type things, right? They're also well groomed and they are well kind of fit. So some of their figures and things is well kept. They're kind of just forming around this area very loosely. And it's to help unload the barrels, but also to keep a watchful eye. Now, the other group that we had witnessed across the tavern, the billiards, had went around. They have differing clothing. They have reds and blacks, not gold and blacks. And they also have a symbol on something, usually. Either their armor or their cowls, or their shoulders, right? And that is a half-closed eye, Rukar, Thieves Guild. You don't know exactly who these individuals are. For the sake of it, they are friendlies. So we get to have a little bit of names on the tooltips, which is intentional. I'm not trying to disclose anything, so I'm not going to try to change the tokens and things. But they themselves are not attacking you right now, Heavyheart. They didn't. As soon as you opened the door, they didn't come at you. They kind of just backed away as this character made their way up to you. Mm-hmm. This construct, completely faceless, just blank, this plate of metal. They have loose garbs, so they're actually very tatteredly dressed. They're, in height-wise, they would rival that of a human, maybe just a little bit lower than a high elf or a sun elf. And so what was strange is that they communicated in a way of arcing purple and pink cackling lightning into the air. So they did not actually verbalize anything to you. They just kind of drew into the air, and this lightning kind of followed. And it's something that was familiar to you all. However, that itself was just like what you can gauge from your passive insight. No one else really saw that. Like they're all still confused as to why their partner or their friend or their compatriot is just walking up to you and not backing away, questioning things, that kind of ordeal. Mm. The figures on the rooftops, from what you can understand after you made that warning to them, right? Mm-hmm. They are kind of shuffling themselves with the slight heads. The only reason why you see them in their stealth is because of your passive perception. You're very perceptive, and so you can kind of see them darting and things. They're not drawing any weapons, not pulling anything out. They're just kind of looking, and then you can also see additional shadows moving, like in the alleyways on the other side of the street. So just like on the north side, through the windows, you saw that kind of collective move through the wagons. You're seeing more on the south side. Okay. So that's where we're going to pick it up, because I have it paused. This is going to determine. We have people going invisible. We have other things. It's going to determine what's going to happen next. Not that we're in combat, right? But we definitely got to get our ducks in a row, so to speak.
Well, at seeing the lettering he put up and all, I'll say to him, alright, try to say it somewhat quietly so only this figure in front of me can hear. You seem to know who we are. Might we have the pleasure of knowing who you are?
Okay. Get my ambiance sounds real quick. 1 second.
All right. That ambiance going.
Okay, so it's unpaused. So you're getting some of the backdrop from the tavern behind you, getting from the street. There's a medium rain going right as you open the door, so rain is falling down. We are in the afternoon, getting into the evening here. And the figure just looks directly at you, Heavyheart, after tracing that. No verbalization, nothing. And just grabs the hand and lowers it down, palm facing up, as if to hold your hand, like it's inviting you to hold its hand. The rest of the people around are now kind of looking in the direction, because you gave out that warning, right? And so the other people are kind of looking into the direction, and some of them get onto the wagons, and they begin to kind of take off. So some of them are getting onto the wagons that are empty. They don't have any more barrels on them. They're taking off. The ones with some barrels are even taking off. And so they're kind of now moving and trying to kind of clear the scene a little bit. They're also looking up the rooftops with the eyes. They're not making fast and sudden movements. They're just being very perceptive as they begin to kind of fan out. Now, as far as tokens on the board, there's only 2 of which they're actually currently from these individuals that are actually here now. The rest have kind of dispersed off this map if they've headed the western direction, getting onto horses, the wagons, some of which are on the streets, just kind of looking in things, and they're beginning to kind of migrate away. 2 by the well are still there, and Stilton is kind of just closing the cellar door and turning around confused.
So seeing it holding out the hand like it wants me to take it, Thothic will put out his hand and put it on top of this figure's hand, palm to palm.
Figure goes to grasp your hand, to like grab it,
Mm-hmm.
and then begins to pull you, as if to take you somewhere.
I'll go with him.
Okay.
I'm keeping close, just to be clear. If he physically leaves, I'm following.
Yeah, same here.
Okay. So the figure begins to pull you in the western direction, and it's going to begin to pull you off map and head down the road. Now, who is following?
I'm
I think
following.
it's me and
Just gonna
Naira.
watch.
Okay.
Only difference is I'm invisible and you're not invisible.
I'm invisible.
Oh, are you invisible?
I cast invisibility on you.
Oh, do you know what's so funny? I can't see you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I
I can't
Can't
see
see.
you. How did
yeah,
I?
so
How would I
so
know I
no,
can't
so
see you?
so no one can see each other
Yeah.
if you're casted. But I cast at level 3, so we
I know
both
that was
have
their new
invisibility.
thing. Was like we can't see.
All
Yes,
right.
yes, I forgot.
So, Naira, Gilga,
Thanks, buddy.
Heavy Heart. Following. Heavy Heart being pulled. Paz, you're saying, I just want to stay and
I'm
observe.
just gonna watch where it's going and be like,
Eh.
Just gonna walk around.
And you walk back to the table.
Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
Tracks,
I don't know.
honestly.
He called the action. There's no action.
I love it.
Yeah, he
It's,
just wandered off with his new best friend. So
Absolutely tracks. I love it. That's so good.
The window-
just gonna
Thought
sit
they
down
left
and be
with-
like, whatever.
The
Guys
window
thought they
behind
left with
me,
a faceless person.
is it
Where's
locked?
the chocolate?
The window behind you is not locked. It has a latch that goes over the center point. And you kind of lift, and then you can imagine you can actually pull the windows out or in. Right there's actually a double hinge to them. There's shutters as well that can be closed over when the wind gets too harsh.
I'll unlatch it and crack it, but not fully open.
Okay, it's like kind of cracking it out, trying to get some air in there. Okay. So, what happens here for those that are following? I'm going to try to get you all onto a scene here. Particularly, 1 second. So not Paz, not Bears. It's so funny, the invisibility when I click your tokens sometimes. It's super, super funny. Okay. So I'm going to pull you all individually to this scene. You should be able to load in here.
Yep.
Yes.
In I go.
So you're beginning to walk down the street away from the tavern. You haven't gone too far. You notice there's 2 more of those figures that are kind of dressed down. Now there's traffic happening. There's other people on the sidewalks and the other things. In the shops and whatnot, you're still in the merchant's quarter, right? So you still have the window shopping that goes along the main stretch because the road takes you all the way to the Colosseum, to the Great Bazaar. So you're kind of going on this main road here. It's nice and sandstone tiling, the sidewalks, the windows, some straw thatching for some covered areas and things. And figure is taking you into the direction of that wagon. So I want you, Heavy Heart, to hover over, if I recall. I think you can. I think you can hover over and press F on the figure in front of you, and you'll actually follow them.
Okay, yep. I am set to.
Okay. You will follow along. So, as you're being pulled, you see the people on the roofs, right? Your passive perception is high enough to be able to see many of them. There's others there that you can't see. It's just that they might have had higher stealth checks. And they're just observing, like they're watching.
First off, do I see? Is there anything on the cart?
No. The
No.
wagon itself is completely empty, has 2 benches on either side. This art is exactly identical to, there's 4 draft horses that are bridled to the wagon here to potentially pull it. Completely unlabeled. Some of the actual labels that might have not have been scratched and kind of rot off, that they're kind of clearing it off. And the rusted of the wheels, right, the reinforcements, things are all rusted, seeing that it's been hit with some salty sea air for a long time. The figure has kind of let go of your hand at this point, right? Just kind of not holding it the whole way, right? It's kind of just let go of it, and it's now just walking and then continues to look back towards you.
Point. When next time it looks back at me, I'm gonna point up on the roof and say, "Yo, what are those folks are still following us? They're very interested in you."
Looks the roofs out in any sort of face. Just this blank expression, just looking back and forth to the roofs. It's the 2 looking in the direction of you both. Nameless, it looks like you got a friend. Captain, how's the captain gonna feel about that? Now given a name, Nameless, just climbers onto the wagon and goes to sit down on driver's seat.
We're not going too far, are we? I got a bunch of friends who I ran away from. They might get a bit concerned about where I am.
Just turns back and it looks. Doesn't say anything. No expressions, no nothing. 2 now climber into the wagon.
Maybe one of you lads might be a bit more talkative. Who are y'all, and who are these folks following you?
Oh. You got a lot to learn.
Well,
Takes out a flask, drinks it. The other one takes a pipe out and smokes.
I've been told, the best way to learn is to ask questions, and I'm asking questions here, and if you answer them, I'll learn. I can promise you that, lad.
Pulls off the hood. One's a drow. The other one appears to be kind of a heavier set human. It's kind of plump in the face. The grizzly kind of beard comes down. The drow speaks. With a golden hand. And that is Nameless. Clearly, Nameless has taken a liking to you.
But I didn't know I was Nameless's type, but it's good to know. Who are ye, this golden hand?
Perhaps it's best the captain tell you that.
No, what exactly?
We're heading to Black Rat, the lower dock. They can't follow us. Looks towards the roofs.
Yeah, and who are they?
Those are Rudikar. Thieves Guild.
Rude.
They work with the Elathan Council, trying to give information on what we're doing. They also have some allegiance to the Talthars, in some fashion. Nameless, are we going yet? You coming or going? Towards you, Heavy Heart.
Well, so long as this whole trying to kill me thing continues, I'll meet your captain, sure.
Would there be any way to like grab onto this invisible style just so like you hop on the back?
Yeah, I was gonna. We're gonna come to it. I mean, you both are kind of following, and you're staying at a distance.
I
People are
hit
passing
F to
by
follow,
you.
so
There's wagons. There's other things. Are you just
Hit
climbing
F
into
to
the wagon
follow.
at this point?
I hit F to follow. I'm already in the wagon.
Naira's getting
Yeah.
into the
But-
wagon.
but
Are you
you
doing?
gotta
I'm
hit
gonna-
F
I'm
to
gonna-
pay respects
I'm
for
gonna
Turtles,
jump.
dude.
I'm gonna jump on the wagon too. I'm not sure when Naira, but if I hit her, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably say both of you need to. Are you trying to do this stealthy, or is this just try to?
Oh hell yeah! I'm trying to be
Yeah, I
stealth.
mean, I'm gonna need some
You're not gonna
stealth
hang
checks
on
from both of
underneath.
you. I mean, Naira, you're heavily armored.
I mean, like it's like either I do the like power jog behind, or I
do we
try
get
to be stealthy.
do we get
You're
advantage
just gonna
on
see the
this?
legs just start to bow where she sits down.
No, but do we get
You were like,
advantage on this
You get
because
you,
we're stealth?
you get advantages
invisible.
on invisibility based on sight perception.
I
So,
try really hard to time my
technically
sit with
isn't-
Thothic.
Technically, this isn't about sight. This is how much noise you're going to make. Try to climb into the back of a wagon.
Historically speaking, a lot.
So it's still going to probably give you a flat roll, right? I'm going to give you it's a benefit of the doubt situation. You're invisible, right? So these these individuals are not actively perceiving right now. They're just kind of one's drinking a flask, the other's smoking a pipe, and they're in the midst of a conversation towards Heavy Heart. They're turned their body and postures and position towards Heavy Heart, who sits on the opposite side, closer to the driver's seat. So we got a 14
Now-
from Gilga. Naira, are you
I have a
good?
question.
I'm trying to remember where I click it.
So I'm gonna use Flash of Genius on myself. I don't think I have to see myself to use Flash of Genius, but
No, you don't need to see yourself.
yeah, just want to double check. Like
That's
that's a
fine.
creature you can see, but I'm like I
Okay.
can't really see
So-
myself. So
So we're going to what value then there?
yeah, so add a 5.
Yeah, so 5. So 19. So stealth
19.
check. So stealth check. So disadvantage based on the heavy armor, like I said. This is about the sound that you're making here as you clamber into the wagon. You notice that
I
they
have
both.
there's no
as-
illusion for me on sound. One of those was a 17 is what's upsetting to me. It was a 17 and a 7, so
So
The first roll was
so Gilga, you kind of get right. You're coming in maybe second, right? Naira it sounded like they're coming in first. So Naira, you hop into, you begin to crunch down a little bit. Some of the wood kind of moves, but the rain as well as the crowd around you is kind of dumbing all of that down. So it now comes down to the movement of the wagon, and because Heavy Heart is actually getting in at the same time that you did, the shifting
I
of
was
the wagon
right
from
behind him.
The
Big
shifting of the
noise.
wagon from the heavy dwarf is now
Yes.
put out what you're doing. Now we come to Gilga. Gilga, you're coming in late, right? So you're coming in a little bit later, and you're taking in 19 stealth, so you don't have that to work with as far as the movement goes. But they don't seem to passively detect you as you both sit down into the wagon.
to be
Then-
clear, I also don't know how long the spell lasts, so I'm actively like at any moment, I'm just gonna poof in and we'll see how this goes.
yeah.
Be good if you're just traveling along.
I was like, if they don't find me now, eventually it's gonna be really clear because I'm not in charge of when I stop being invisible.
Yeah.
And I
gotcha.
don't know if Gilga followed me. I don't know if there's a range on this.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
invisible a lot because it's not helpful. See the 7.
So
So-
you just used the regular invisibility, right? With an hour.
Yeah, I just use regular invisibility. I cast it at 3rd level, which allows me to cast it on one other person, which I chose Naira.
Yeah.
And we're having a blast. No
Yeah,
regrets.
so
Not one
that
letter.
should be the only. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm just hoping we don't die.
It
it's
can't
a-
be over already.
It's an
Yeah,
hour.
don't need to
isn't it?
ring it. Yeah, it's an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna be
So
fine.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how long.
Yeah,
It's not been that long.
But
We've
it's
had
also. Yeah, it doesn't matter a distance, right? How long you are from the person, as long as that person is maintaining concentration, right?
I mean,
That's all it needs
technically,
is
we are
concentration.
together. We just don't know it.
Yeah, you're
Spell doesn't specify, yeah.
You could
Yeah.
maybe feel that I'm there because your spell is attached to me.
No, but it doesn't matter technically if I'm there.
All the way across the world. He could
I know.
literally
I'm just saying.
cast
I
a
don't.
1
spell,
hour.
teleport, cast a spell, teleport to the other side of the world. He'd still be fine because of concentration.
Yeah. So Naira, don't worry, you're fine.
She feels that
Easy
in her heart.
peasy, lemon squeezy.
she
Obviously, you can't hear me say that, but I'm thinking that.
feels it in her heart. She's like, I think this is fine. Winging it
Okay.
as usual, but
So see as Nameless, now give it a name here, right?
Just
Kind of a strange sort of,
Yes.
just like
meta
we've
thing
given a
going on
name.
there, like giving
Right.
someone a name of Nameless. But hey,
Right.
y'all do you. Though
You
I'm
wonder,
not judging.
yeah, you might wonder why they call it Nameless. So they begin to snap the reins, right? And then the wagon begins to move. At that point, right, you have the crowd. I'm going to continue that because we're still in the city. There's still things happening. The rain's picking up, right? The wind getting harder, going. The shadows continuing to follow. There's a lot of them. It seems like this whole guild might be out here at this point. How many eyes and things are poking their heads out. Eventually, the wagon is followed. Those on horseback, similarly dressed, come outwards. They begin to ride behind. The wagon begins to pick up pace. And these Nameless just turns the head very slightly, just kind of tilts it to the side. And then begins to hold out their fist. Now seeing the tattards fall down from the drabs of their robes, their metal is etched, like welded, with these very intricate, ancient runes. Language that is foreign, strange. And as they do that, they begin to press upwards and they hold out their hand. And as this purple and pink cackling lightning begins to erupt and traces around the horses, wagon, forming a bubble in space. And then in a moment, will all appear in a different place.
That was a neat trick, lad. I have to learn that one myself. If I can.
You're somewhere in the lower dock. Right? You've been here before. This is definitely on the riverside. The wharf and the dock's kind of coming downwards, right? Kind of forming in. I am lagging a little bit, just FYI. Coming back. Okay.
I don't think you're back.
Yeah, I heard you come back to say it, but then
I'm
you
coming back. I'm coming
I'm
back.
coming
All
There we
right,
go.
we're back. We're here. Yeah.
Believe him.
I pretty much tracked it to a Windows 11 issue with my drivers. So just FYI, it's like ever
Oh,
since
yeah.
I had an operating system update, a big one update. Like now it's like a tiny lag. It just doesn't happen that often. It's very tiny, so it's very strange. But so I should be back. I'm charting my latency here. So you're somewhere in the lower dock here. You see the sandstone large kind of pier that runs right along the side there. The dock's going down, right? And then you stare at this very beautiful brigantine ship, roughly 160 foot long. It has draconic figurehead here, like a dragon skull with ribs and talons cross underneath it, forming on the bowsprit of that. The dock workers, they all have different clothing on, but some of them are kind of forming into the sense of this company. They're kind of these labels, like a sigil on the back of their leathers and the cloaks and the ponchos and other things that they use to get out of the rain. And that relates to a company, right? Kind of company colors. In fact, some of the people on the tables, adventurers and other folk that are kind of gambling, cards and whatnot, they also have similar things at different companies, right? Here, right there, as I ping it, which is on the back side of all of you, that is actually a crane tower. So it is a kind of structure that is elevated, spiraling staircase, kind of some half walling and full walls, and then the crane sits high up, and it can be operated with multiple individuals to begin to kind of lower and raise goods from the ships onto the dock. So it's very elaborate. There's storage, housing, and huts and different things all along the space, pulleys and hoists anchored into the sandstone of here. And so it again is intricate, and you all have seen it being in the lower dock. Right, just kind of reiterating some things. The ship, though, one thing that is very odd to you all by seeing it is that, number one, the colors of the ship, as far as the sails are concerned, are white. They have a kind of a red cross that goes over it. The stern flags are reminiscent of that, and that is something that you have seen on the trading ships. So if the trading ships, if you've gone through the lower dock, they all wear kind of that same coloration of sails, and then they might have company flags at the stern or up above the crow's nest. So that's a little odd to you because this ship has cannons. And cannons are not a thing, except to specific ships that are owned by the Temerians. And you have been described this in the campaign by the commander up in Otheba, going through some tales and certain things. Talked about bombardments from Temerian warships, right? So the only cannons that exist in this homebrew are those, right? That kind of hints at maybe the next generation above. All the rest of the ships, like the Taltharian Navy, they use ballistas, they use harpoons, right? They have massive kind of bowsprits, kind of these things to ram, right? The big metal beams, right? They're all about ramming, anchoring the ships together, and boarding, right? They don't have cannons. They don't know really what those are. This ship has them. So as we get to the scene, the two begin to kind of get off the wagon, and the Nameless gets off as well. They look towards the ship, and then they begin both to make their way into respective places onto the ship. They use a kind of a bridge, right, that goes from the dock up to the ship, really rickety and old, and they begin to walk up that. Nameless stares at the ship, just looks at it, and then points in the direction of the captain's quarters, which is underneath the navigation. Right, so that's the navigation kind of observation deck above there, and then the double doors of the captain's quarters are there. He just points. And then begins to walk by you, and even dodges, if Gilga is at your token position, even dodges if you are invisible, is going to dodge you as if it sees you, and then just begins to walk towards the ship.
Do I notice that it potentially might see me?
You do notice that, because if your token is in position, there's not much room between the wagon and the actual wall, right? That railing that's there, that solid, massive brick sandstone. It actually, like, went by you intentionally. Like, it was, instead of walking through you, it actually just, like, walked by you. Now, it was intentional.
I like him.
Do you say
He's
that
going
out
to
loud?
turn to follow, and he's going to go to this space. What happens?
Wait. But did you hear me say that out loud?
Oh, did you actually say that?
I said that out loud, like
Was that out loud?
quietly, but like to you.
Do I need to do a perception for that, or? Oh,
I
you're
said
actually
it.
saying it to me?
I said it to you.
So Thothi's going to turn around and just look and not see anything, but like, Diana.
I give a thumbs up. You can't
Not
see
that he
it.
sees that.
You can't fucking see
How
it.
do you?
Yoga.
How do you get? How do you? Really?
And apologies, real quick. Sorry for the rest of the party.
Sure.
Your tokens are on the board. They were on the board, but they were invisible, so I made them visible. So you should kind of pulling you to the same map here, so you can be able to participate.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, we followed you. I think the Nameless guy can see us, but he's not attacking us.
I honestly think it's crazy we made it this far.
Yeah, he probably knew you were there the whole time. Look, okay, if you watch it, you saw he brought me here. They want us here, so that's why I haven't done anything.
Yeah, I'm still actively invisible. Go talk to the captain.
I'm good. Yes, that's what he wants me to do. So I'm gonna go right now, and you
Sounds
two
good. I am coming with.
linger.
Yeah, we're going to be
Look.
10 feet behind you, right?
I'm directly behind him at all times.
Yeah. So those of you start, they're like, look, just we'll get on the ship. It's gonna be harder to get in that room, though.
Got it.
Stay outside and listen, maybe.
Definitely.
Okay, keep walking, okay?
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna
You gotta
keep walking.
Act
walking
normal.
very casually. Yeah, lads, how you doing? He's gonna stop you. Permission to come aboard, lad. Whoever this one is.
Turns and looks towards you. They're carrying a large barrel and sets it down. All right, permission granted. The captain's in there. Don't you follow in Nameless?
I don't know. Yeah, I just thought. Yeah, I always see that's something I'm supposed to do. I thought I should do it, but all right, never mind.
Not everyone gets teleported around now. To themselves.
True.
It's unload the
And
barrel
then
full of metal
cracking
balls
under the
into one of the
pressure.
barrels, refilling these cannonballs, right? Refilling them, pushing into the barrels. Begin to head
I'll
towards the
go
captain
up
quarters.
and knock on the door.
Knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
You hear kind of a voice. Yeah. Come in. Come.
Ooh
She
wee.
grunts at you
Okay.
through the voice of the door and kind of swing and open it at that
I'll
point.
open the door, go in.
Go in. Okay. There's a bell nearby, 2 pocket windows. They're kind of glazed over. Privacy, you can't see through the door, so you have no vision of what you're kind of walking into at this point. But the voice kind of emanating out was very gruff, definitely older and things, and kind of just yelled at you, almost like barked in a way towards the door for you just to walk in. With that said, we're going to go ahead and pause this, and we'll come to the other party members here. So cycle back over to the enticing weasel. And then for this, as far as tokens are concerned, I think that both of you are on the map. So I'm just going to have you, or all of you should be on this map. So I'm going to just kind of cycle back and forth activating so everyone can kind of continue to watch and things. So you all are left here at the table. Change my sound effects here.
Loading enticing weasel.
So enticing.
I honestly
Oh,
think
yeah.
one of my better names for a tavern. To be real with you, I really like it. It's so good. Okay, so you see them walk out the door. Then Stilton comes back in and just kind of shakes the head and just kind of vocalizes before shutting this door, right? Because that's the same door you went through the kitchen. Just vocalizes, "Fucking golden hand." Shuts it, almost like annoyed, right? This is just the thing. You just deal with it. So you are kind of
Not
left
annoyed
there,
with us.
at the table there. You know, Bardem is your kind of is the owner, the tavern keeper here, mainly the barkeep, right? And he's been helping you out, serving you the food and the drinks. So you still have the food. I mean, you barely kind of ate, right? That's not something that you all did. You were just getting to eating the food and getting the drinks down, not really enjoying them per se, when this whole thing happened. So you all kind of returned back to the table with the food and the drinks.
I never got up.
snacking on some
So I'm
sourdough.
just,
Yeah,
I'm
never
just,
Sure.
Ferris
I'm
well
like
into his first
taking,
bite.
like
taking a
this.
bite out of my meat, going like, you know.
There's
Hey,
a
I'm
slightly annoyed look on Soot's face, but he's just sitting there eating.
Thought they left with the man with the metal face.
Okay. Well, I
Another
hope
one
he
of his
has
priest
fun. He
adventures.
comes back by 8.
We
Don't
don't
think
have
it's curfew.
curfews.
Nom.
I'm older than you.
Let them do what they want. We came here for a reason. I'm just gonna rest. I'm tired.
Yeah. Y'all dragged me out of that swamp to not fight. I'm not gonna fight.
Man, I
the
love not fighting's like illegal, you know. It's
Nothing we've done
not
is illegal.
morally wrong.
Nothing we've done is morally wrong. We killed monsters to save people.
Okay, that one's fair, but your destruction of property,
What property?
the bar.
What bar? The one the dragon destroyed? My fucking god, I'm
I mean, you didn't pay him or help him rebuild. Just saying.
Not my problem. Not my bar.
You're a dragon.
Not my dragon.
People would tend to disagree.
Yeah, so are you gonna pay recompense for your dragon murdering Thothic's family?
Sure, whatever he wants. Nothing. What do you want? Oh, yeah, that's right. He went with metal face. They got into a cart. See? Says nothing.
You shouldn't have to tell a grown dwarf not to get in a cart with strangers, so he can make his own
Especially
decision.
one as wise and well aged.
I'm guessing the other two are with him.
It was weird because it, like, took his hand.
Considering
Maybe
they
they knew
haven't
each
come
other.
back, then I'm guessing they all went. So
Oh, yeah, the other two. Gilgan are gone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I
that's
hope
odd.
that they have fun there.
let the busybodies be busybodies.
You sound bitter about that.
Oh, I am a little bitter. But why wouldn't I be?
Is it because like the drink that you're drinking?
No,
Was it
Is it
because I'm just
not.
bogarting this whole thing of bread?
No, let me have some of that, Paz.
I don't know what the other things are. I saw
Uh,
these on the bottom of a boat once. It was on the bottom of the boat that we used to get here.
mm,
Why were you looking at the bottom of the boat?
Well, it's hard not to, because, like, I'm not very high off the ground.
Yeah, he does have a point.
There's not very many things I look at eye level without craning my neck up. And then the sun got in my eyes and said, ah, it hurt. So I just stared at the boat.
Did you see anything cool on the boat?
Yeah, these. It's gonna take them the muscles.
Oh wow. Should
I
we
mean, I
eat
don't
them?
know if it was these specific ones.
Probably
not,
not.
Man, that'd
but
be a
And
weird
that boat
coincidence.
sank.
It did.
You can say that you have a lot of muscles now.
Did I
No,
not before?
you got even more.
I mean, I think I'll have the same amount of muscles.
You can tell someone that, hey, I work out, dude, because I have a lot of muscles.
Is this your attempt at a joke?
he's he's trying to be funny, and
You should
it's
stick to
it's
the. You should
the
stick to the.
stick to the storytelling in the songs, Wing Song.
Oh, so what was the thing you play? I forgot.
A
The
schwamp.
Schwam.
Schwam. You should stick to the schwam.
Stick to the books.
Well, I can go try to read the joke book.
I don't think that'll help your case.
Knock
It'll help
knock.
me make more jokes about him.
Knock knock knock, Veris. And I elbow him like knock knock.
I hope he just pulls out a knife.
What?
I think you're supposed to say who's there.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Out of character, real quick. Paz, where is the endless water?
Oh, they're still with me.
Okay.
just
They're still very much with me.
just tied to his
wanted to
belt.
know.
Yep. Just,
Okay.
just tied. There's just a massive sop.
Can we sell those, please?
Ruining the floor.
Completely. Hunter, hopefully there's a pitch to this floor so it's not just puddling up.
I have completely forgotten. Like I've gotten so used to pads carrying those around that it's just like
I
it's an
didn't
afterthought.
forget.
I didn't forget.
Never did.
It's the first time you've been in a place like a tavern, so with them.
They're
yeah.
going to come in handy. Water is useful.
Is it clean water?
Yes. It's just water out of a jewel.
It doesn't mean
I'm
it's
pretty sure there
clean.
are spells that can like make water.
I've drank it before. It's fine.
I don't think we need rocks. We never run short on water.
What
Yes.
about when we go to the desert?
When?
When we have
You
to
plan
go
on
talk
going
to
to the desert?
Haran,
Huh?
we
There's
have to
bound to
go
be a desert somewhere.
in the south. When we want to go talk to the golden dragon, we have to
Was-
go through the
or-
crystal desert.
We come across a place that's in a really bad drought.
That too, he could save a bunch of people and teach them how to farm.
Or there's a place on the coast where they don't have fresh water to drink. It's all just ocean water.
Sure.
Listen, the one of these can quench the thirst of millions.
Then sell it.
Why?
Because it's annoying.
You're
It's
annoying.
also making a massive mess, and we might get kicked out for it.
Fine. Here's what I'm gonna take him, and I'm just gonna hang the just hang the string of them like outside of the window, so they're all just muddy water outside now.
There you go.
Is that better?
Actually, yeah, you're watering the
Oh.
plants.
I probably should have done that to begin with, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Now it's kind of
move one seat
splish
over.
splashy in here.
Just gonna move one seat over. If anyone asks, that's where Thought Thing was sitting.
Okay.
Wow.
He had a bit of a tinkle.
Dwarves and their kegs and casks and
Tiny bladders.
beards.
All right. Is there anything that you all wish to do? Or we're gonna transition it back
Beres,
over.
Beres, you didn't answer my knock.
I'm aware.
You're
Um,
supposed to say who's there.
I told him that. He said
I
no.
know.
On that note, we're gonna go ahead and go back to the show.
Yes. Let's go.
Why? They were just getting into the groove of it.
Yeah.
I love how they're just like first thing I see, I don't see Thothic or Nair. I just see the four rascals.
Yeah, Thothic is not who I see. I see our friends.
I know. I see our friends instead. I'm like, wait, what
Yeah,
happened to me?
give me 1 second. Give me 1
When
second.
did Nameless come?
So I put you. So I'm gonna put you all. The conditions pass over, but it's nice to have you all invisible, right? So that way you can't see them on the scene for yourselves.
Oh my god, I'm invisible.
But the conditions will pass over to like all of your tokens on any other scene, right? So, but that way, Heavy Heart on your screen, it's just you, right? And then for everyone else, they can't see anybody else but Heavy Heart.
Well, I'm gonna be 5 feet. I'm within 5 feet of Thothic, so it's just gonna be like whisper, "You got."
No, I told you to stay outside.
You
So
did
get out.
tell us. You did tell us to
Yeah.
stay.
So,
I know you told us to stay outside, but I would have followed you.
I do feel like the words came out of your mouth specifically saying, "Don't be here."
And just by the way, you should expect at this point, we don't listen to reason. We listen to.
as he goes in, is going to try to shut the door as quickly as he can.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure he's not
Just
followed.
kind
Shutting
of
the
shuts
door
it. Keep
quickly
it-
as you can.
Yes.
Thunk.
Okay.
I would like to make an acrobatics check in order to go through.
So Heavy Heart, you're going to slam the door so the two invisible friends you just told to follow you.
No, I told him to stay outside.
Oh, you told them to stay outside, so you want to make
Yes.
sure they don't follow you. Okay,
Right.
Hey,
Okay.
I told him
Thothic,
to follow me on the ship, but to listen from the outside.
I got you. So who?
Yeah.
So Gilgar, you're gonna try to acrobatically try to jump in before the door shuts.
Okay, yes.
Okay, make an acrobatics check, please.
I gotta be honest, I'm not necessarily telling Thothic. I wasn't in the middle of that conversation. I sort of just walked in.
Okay, so you're just gonna walk into the door. Okay.
I've been in here. He said follow, but I already stopped following. I was like, we're going over there.
Acrobatics. There
Okay.
we go. All right, I'm
So
gonna flash a genius that.
Okay, so unless you're gonna
I'm
open the
just-
door, Naira, yourself, right? Are you gonna just open the door first then, before Thothic comes in, or are you gonna walk in when Heavy Heart opens the door?
Oh, was it shut? What? And he yelled,
both
"Come
the doors are
in!"
shut, and yelled at you to come in. It's a double wooden door, so there's two doors. They swing independently of each other. They have two pocket circular windows, metal etching, and wrought iron handles that are rusted. Do you?
Yeah, hold on. Let me look at my. Beep 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 beep. Where's my briefcase? Here it is. Yeah. Can I do a athletics? Can I do an athletics check to see if I could have just like little bit of sped ahead of him, opened the door, and kept moving through it? So I kind of like, unless you were really looking to see if he was the one holding the handle, like I pushed in front of him and then pushed in.
I just don't. I'm trying to like realistically. I'm trying to
I'm
understand.
thinking of trying to
how
speed
this
ahead,
works.
not necessarily like.
Then you'd have to open the door
You know,
yourself.
or maybe
I know,
you
I know.
respect
Yes,
my
yes.
choice for once as
I've
a
never-
player and a character to
I'll
like,
say
you know,
this. I'll
not
say
have be
this.
followed like this.
I want to watch.
I don't
I'll
want
say
you to
this.
watch.
I'll say this. Realistically, right now, okay.
Mhm.
Realistically, right now, the only thing that makes sense is if you did what Gilga's doing and diving through the door. Unless you're going to open the door yourself and just walk in with. All of a sudden, the door just freely opens, and Heavy Heart's just standing there, and the door is like
Oh, see,
opening.
because what I was,
right?
what I
Follow
was,
Gilga's
Or you're gonna-
example. That's what we learned.
Or
today.
you're gonna dive in between while Gilga's trying to shut the door when Gil goes through, right?
when I was thinking athletics, it was just because I was thinking about trying to move quickly, like to like he's.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. Athletics or acrobatics. But I'm trying to say in conceptually, like how the scene works, like I mean it doesn't make sense for you to get ahead of Heavy
Okay,
Heart
so
and open the door
athletics,
yourself.
but it's
like,
still trying to push through the door.
Well,
or get
you
through
would,
the door before it closes.
yeah. So basically, you basically would see Heavy Heart like turning, and then all of a sudden promptly pushing the door, and then you would actually brace against the door with your strength, and then you would like shove Heavy Heart back, try to get in, have a little
Yeah.
struggle there, which is it's gonna show regardless of what you both do at this point. It's going to show. It's just how much of that is going to show. So Gilga diving in with the 15, you're going to get your boot caught up in the door a little bit, and you're going to like pull your boot off, right, and clamber into the side. It's going to make noise, right? Because you can't be stealthy when you're diving.
But not too much noise.
Not too much noise. Like there's noise happening now, right?
Yeah,
So,
I want to at least seem like I'm somewhat proficient at this.
yeah, you can't. Unfortunately, you cannot. You have to take passive stealth if you're going to do an acrobatics to dive into something like this. And in addition, athletics, right? So if you're going to athletically do it, if you're going to push the door, kind of shove Heavy Heart back. Heavy Heart, that's up to you at this point. If you're going to take athletics there, Naira, up to you. Go Heavy Heart. If you're going to like oppose that and try to shove Naira back so that they can't come in, but.
Well, no, I'm not trying to wrestle with the door. So if my only choice is to, I'm not even trying to interfere with him. I'm just trying to.
Mhm.
This is an entirely new situation, and I've never not wanted to know what's going on.
Then I
But
honestly think you should
I don't
just
wa-
drop. You should just drop the invisibility and just walk in. Like why
No,
I
because then
don't.
he's going to be equally upset with me.
I don't. I mean, what would honestly, as your character, what would Naira do? And I've played with you a long time, Haley, and I've seen Naira in action. And honestly, at this point, if Heavy Heart starts slamming the door in your face, you're just gonna shove the door back and walk in. So, that's what your character would most likely do in this situation. I think.
Put the horns down and bull into it.
So, just comes down.
Tony, that's not fair.
I kind of feel like it's not fair to always be pushing in on conversation.
I'm not trying to speak to anyone. I'm just trying to listen. I didn't speak during any of the speaking scenes.
You can still
And
listen
now
from
I'm
the
being
outside.
told character-wise that I would be more likely to do this, and I respect you as a person, and you're asking me not to do it. But
So-
it is a bit of a conundrum.
So if your intent is just to listen, you can listen from the outside. You don't have to be
I'm
inside
just
the
trying to listen. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, then you could be right next to the door and have your ear to the door. There's a little pocket window,
Okay.
right? So you can get just maybe cup your eyes and try to look through as best as you can. So that's totally fine. If that's what you're intending
All
to
right.
do, you can definitely do
Well,
that.
then I will compromise, and I will listen through the door.
Compromise it is. Gilga, again, you get through. Heavy Heart, you can feel that you hit something when you shut the door. But Gilga is, in fact, inside. And there's kind of a little bit of a noise on the floor. But the boat is kind of moving from the river current, and other things are happening. You notice immediately the captain begins to stand up, giving a description in this space, real quick. This, just touching on notes, I won't go too in. There is a chandelier, and the chandelier has kind of this gold and crystal intricacies towards it. It's beautiful. It provides kind of moonlighting. Many different candles are inside of it. And that is kind of dangling down and can move with the boat as it rocks back and forth. There's exotic animal kind of hides in here, definitely kind of forming rugs underneath the establishment. There's wine that's anchored down inside of wine racks, tightly held. Barrels that are freshly cracked open. There's silver and gold cutlery here with wooden kind of plates and other sorts. So it's a hybrid, right? You're seeing some things of rich, maybe some poor, and it's really just thrown together. At the backdrop are curtains, and they crest over a window of the stern, right? That beautiful window, as most cabin quarters have, that can stare off the back end of the boat. And so there's curtains that are currently closed over that. Shelving, 2 doors, north and south. Both of those lead into different chambers, and then one of them on the northern side that faces east. That is like a bathroom, right? So there's a couple different places inside the captain's quarter here. The captain is a very interesting individual. So this is a large and sturdy human male, the curved metal leg on the left side. Large brown beard going down to the chest. An admiral's hat sits on the head with 2 blue and green feathers protruding from it. A bird sits on the shoulder with plumage of a similar color. He has a white collared shirt with a black tunic, an unbuttoned captain's jacket that is a dark navy blue, and is cuffed at each arm in a laced gold ribbon. They wear a black and gold thick belt with black and gold bandoliers underneath the captain's jacket and over a piece of black leather armor with bronze-like metal studs and reinforcements. They have 2 primary weapons: a bronze-like metal rapier sheathed into a fine black leather scabbard on the left side, and 8 daggers of similar metal in the bandoliers. Loose-fitting dark brown pants tuck into large black leather metal studded boots that go up to the knees. And I say plural, should say singular, because they only have 1 leg currently. And they have several different beautiful, unique rings that are, to you, utmost magical. The way that they're shaped and made, in addition to a rusted metal chained amulet with a slight tinkered symbol pendant made from polished silver, almost like the tinker is turned and spilling ale out of it. It's very interesting as far as that is concerned. They stand up, immediately put a hand, not grabbing, pulling the weapon out, just putting a hand onto the weapon. Nameless just sits down at the table.
And put my hands up, Captain. I was invited here by your strong, silent friend. I'm not here to start a scuffle.
Aye, you don't start stuff, it's fine. What is
Right.
your name?
Heavy heart.
Heavy heart. Why does Nameless take a liking to you? Come here.
You know, you're gonna have to ask Nameless here if they have a way of telling you. We just happened to ran into him outside the Screaming Weasel. Looked like he and his folks were about to have a little trouble with some other folks, and just poked my head out to see what was happening. And your friend Nameless there did a little something interesting, and seems to know a little something about myself that folks don't know unless I tell them. So I'm really curious as to how your friend Nameless there knows that.
Interesting. Are you alone?
No, I'm not. 2 other members of the party I'm with are rather pesky and decide to follow me, even though I made it clear they probably shouldn't, because I didn't think there was any danger involved.
There is no danger from the Golden Hand, unless it is something that you wish to die.
no, I'm no, not looking to do that yet. I still gotta probably at least a century or so before I should do that.
Well, let them come in then. They are friends, opened with welcome.
I turn around, I look, I say, I think one of them's in here already.
I'm gonna hold my
The other
breath.
one's probably right outside.
If you are listening or watching, come on in. Don't be shy.
Naira is muted right now.
I will drop my invisibility.
Okay.
I walk through the door.
You both lose the invisibility here. Turn off the condition.
I pop like Harry Potter, you know, after he gives her the coat. I'm like, hi.
Are you thirsty? Something to wet the tongue?
Oh yeah, absolutely parched. Thank you.
Motherfuck. Clicks as the bird flies off. Begins to grab, pecking different tankards and things, and begins to fill them full of grog.
Now, and I'm gonna hold before drinking, and I'm like, whisper Thotic, is this like the crazy lady who gave us that poison that you know?
No, shh, no, it's nothing like that, Leo. Just listen. Just listen. That's really probably all we need to do right now is listen. All right.
And I'm gonna sip it.
Metal pint tankards carry to the beak of the bird, sloshing grog out of it. on the mid-flight, begins to just drop it onto the table with the large glass. The bird flies back and forth, back and forth. And eventually the bird lands right in front of the captain. Motherfuck, something to write with. Begins to motion. The bird flies into a nearby shelf, begins to grab quill, pen, paper, everything. The bird's very intelligent and also dexterous. And is just flying the back and forth in front of Nameless. My name is Captain Morgan.
Really?
It is.
Don't not laughing. Anthony.
I am laughing in character because why the fuck not?
Never ceases to get a laugh. Just
elbow. Gilgit in the ribs. Stop that.
I am the captain of the Black Rats, a brigantine that sails all of the seas of Antares, and we are Golden Hand. Some may call us pirates. Others may say that we are revolutionaries. We do not exist in the bounds of law and order. Instead, we are free will and free spirited to do with what we please, which happens to be away from here, the Talthar Islands, usually. But things have been quite lucrative with the blockade, so we have taken advantage. We have been smuggling rum and other goods, working with other companies in the city.
Don't mind me asking, Captain. You happen to have a ship under commission here to be built for helping with that smuggling?
The information might come with time. See if it is something that you wish to know. Maybe
I don't need to know. I just
curious.
Well, I hear things too. I just cannot help it. Wherever I go, I pick things up, and so I've heard a conversation about one. Believe me, it's not to cause any trouble for anyone who is speaking it. Again, I just hear things.
Will you be wise to watch your tongue? Spilling such things will...
No worries from me, Captain. What you do is your business.
No, not for you. Harm will come, but others that may have told you.
Again, I'll make it very clear to you, sir. They didn't tell me. I was across the room and I heard it. That's how good my ears are
Really
sometimes.
good to know when to stop talking.
That's fair. I can understand that.
So, it seems that this is a conversation between you and Nameless. Any friends of Nameless, friends of mine and the crew. Nameless has saved my life over the last 9 years when I found them in the Eye of the Blessed. Said no questions, no answers, no talking, no nothing. But they have great powers over magic and other interesting, unknown things. As the Golden Hand, we do not question this. Service is rendered, it does not matter how. Just look at the quality. And the Nameless is quite good. So.
If I'm sorry to interrupt, Captain, but you say you found them on the Isle of the Blessed?
Aye. And that is where we are shipping to set sail.
Are you now?
Of course.
Well, not many people go to such a place. What business do you have there? If you don't need to tell me if it's I shouldn't know, but
what do you think we do here, as I've just described to you?
Clearly you move things around, maybe people. Again, your business. So, it would seem to me there's something that needs to be moved to or from the Isle of the Blessed.
There is. Perhaps you will join us on this voyage and find for yourself.
I have to talk to the rest of my party. But I think with such a destination, they would probably be rather interested.
Sees Nameless begins to write down. Writes Isle of the Blessed. Holds it up, piece of scroll paper. Points towards it, then points to you, all you three, at the table.
You're saying we should go to the Isle of the Blessed. I mean,
Nods.
so you're being from the Isle of Blessed. Does that give you that insight into me and my party members that you have there, Nameless?
It's to write. Something to scroll over, writing just elegantly. Answers. Sets it down. Looks back towards the captain. Leans. I don't be
Alright.
fixing to understand what is happening here, based on this relationship between you. But it is nameless, and we are already going there. You may talk to the
Oh.
rest of your companions about this. Just know we head out in 2 days' time, 22nd, the dead of night.
Good, that was going to be my next question. Should give us a chance to finish any business here and be ready to go. Assuming we're all coming along. If we're not here, you go without us, of course.
Of course. We'll do what we will always do. And no talking.
Nope.
Way too much. Learn to be quiet and listen.
All right, Gilga.
I don't say
See?
anything. He said not to say anything, so I don't
He's
say
even
anything.
better at it than I am. You see, he's all quiet this whole time. This lad, practically have to, squeeze anything out of him.
It's back. Picks up the tankard, begins to drink it. The bird. Goodbye then! Goodbye then!
That's the first time in my life I've ever been dismissed by a bird. All right, come on, Gilga. We got some talking to do with everyone else. Quietly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at him like weirdly when he says talking, and I'm just like, just shaking my head, keeping my mouth shut.
I heard Gilga smack him in the arm as I turn around. Let's go. Come on, Nayara.
I happy.
I'm going to
Proceed
remove
to
the
walk away.
invisibility here as you all begin to walk out of the captain's quarters, proceeding off the boat. And I'm assuming you're heading back to the Enticing Weasel.
Yes. Enticing
Had a
weasel.
fun
That's right.
time
That's
looking at my
descriptive.
phone. Screaming weasel.
Yeah, I love that you said
Enticing Weasel.
Screaming Weasel because that would be a perfect
know.
name for like a brothel or some sort
Yeah,
of just
yeah,
absolute
I thought it was
disgusting
that.
place.
I heard Screaming Weasel. I wanted to say something, and I was like,
I was like in the back of my head, I was like, that's not right. But I'm also not
It's-
there, so I can't say
know,
anything.
So
It's the
good.
sister bar across the way.
Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, so coming back into the Enticing Weasel from the main entrance, right? I would highly suggest not going through the kitchen, but it seems like you all do what you're gonna do. But going through the main entrance, you begin to go through the tavern here, through the bar, through the tables, round tables, throughout the different crowds and things. You can see your companions still drinking, enjoying themselves, sitting about the table. Time-wise, it's been over an hour, maybe an hour and a half or so. So
gone
for those at the table, right? You can always try to see about rooms, start upstairs, right? See about other things that if you'd like to, but I'd suggest kind of seems like you're all kind of waiting for them to come back or waiting until the night comes down. We're not actually technically in time for bed, so the tavern's still popping. People are coming in. In fact, they're singing songs. Definitely some sailors type vibe here happening as we cue the drunken sailor song.
I probably would have at some point gotten up and just requested a room for myself and Wing Song.
Okay.
Just to make sure that there was one open, because there is a chance that place gets booked out because there's a lot of people here.
Yeah, so you know that the Coliseum, right, draws a lot of attention. They have competitions. In fact, competitions happening on the 21st. So you're basically, I need a room. There's really only common rooms available. The common rooms have bunks in them. So they actually have 4 beds in total, kind of twin size mattresses, staggered on either side, a loose wardrobe at the backdrop, and a couple, like a vanity type area. So they're adequate. Like this place has large rooms and there's definitely space. It's not a shared room, right? So this particular room you're able to kind of rent out for your companions, and there's 3 of these rooms that are available. The rest of the rooms, which are either independent kind of suites with kind of twin-size mattresses, their own bathrooms and such, as well as larger kind of things, those are all booked out, and they generally get booked out weeks in advance. So these are almost like the adventurers' rooms, right? Which is actually framed to you, and I just call them common rooms because it's easy to remember that.
Yeah.
Cheap.
So I would have just picked up one of the common rooms.
Yep, easy enough. 2 silver pieces a night. Super cheap.
I'll just go ahead and pull that out of my funds.
Okay. You do that.
You
Come
guys,
back
this
to the
food
table.
is cold now. I don't know why you guys took so long, but hey, I hope you guys like soup.
Varys is on bottle number 2.
There's gonna be like wood gouges on the table because I'm just playing knife games with my hand.
Oh, I thought you were about to say because of the amount of times been trying to tell a knock joke. To
That's not my
Varys.
knife, right?
Maybe. No, just a knife from the table that we get.
I don't
It
answer.
doesn't hurt if I stick my stuff with your knife.
So, banana.
What about it?
Orange, you glad I didn't say banana, Varys?
I was until you actually said banana.
Like he wants me to commit murder. It's like he's taunting me with it.
What?
Stand up, bitch.
Wait, Wing Song, quit. You might want to quit before you end up with a dagger in between your eyes.
I think I can survive. I think I have a good strong body.
That's not gonna mean much when he's not gonna stop until you are dead. He's not
But
gonna
then
just
we
stop
have
with one.
diamonds. We can revive me.
Does it look like Thilthic's here right now?
No, I mean, it just, he's here now. Look, he's right there. And I point to him.
Ah.
See, he's right there.
So, what did you all find out? What little adventure you guys get on while you were away?
How's Metal Face?
Is he cute?
We have a room or something we could go to. We probably shouldn't talk about this here.
Oh, I did rent out a room for the night, so we can go there if we need to.
Alright. Why didn't we do that?
You don't want to sit down and finish off your cold food?
Your really cold, lukewarm food. That's
I
probably
suddenly
now
find
not
that I kind of don't have an appetite right now.
Who
I ate all the
did?
bread. So that's good.
Good
That's-
on you, Paz. You
okay.
eat good.
Yeah, let's go upstairs, please, quickly.
Find it if you eat it with bread. It's less crunchy.
Alright. Don't forget to pay the tab for the food. Thilthic.
He threw 50 gold when he got up and ran after him the first time.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Never mind. Take back what I said. And I'll just head upstairs to the room that we were given.
Okay.
Guess I'll follow along.
Okay.
Alright, so you staying here?
Nah, I'll follow. I think everyone.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't suggest
I'll
being the only
follow.
one here.
I'll follow Set, and I'll be like, okay.
Okay. Everyone's proceeding
Okay.
upstairs into
Follow
the-
you, Soot.
Okay.
Mhm.
Alright. Just leave, keep yourself on this map. I don't generally have maps for rooms upstairs and things. There's gonna be combat and things. But, so you all go upstairs, you find your room, the number, the key kind of handed out. There's these wrought iron stamped numbers into the doors. And then there's also alphabetical with above the hallways or the corridors. So you're leading to like an A3, right? Which convention rooms are really up front towards the common area where the stairwell lands at the landing. And then there's a couple different bathrooms that are up there. One's like a washroom. Another one is like a large kind of communal bathroom area. And another one's more private. And so there's kind of a variety here. And they're doing renovations and updating and other things as they progress. So the adventurers' rooms are not far off of the common area because they use the common area. Tables up here, more billiards. There's also a couple like lounge chairs, like chase lounges and couches and things are just kind of thrown up here. People are up here drinking, playing songs, enjoying themselves. And so there's still kind of a crowd, but eventually that song and other things begins to dwindle out. So the tavern underneath you is far behind and you pass into that room.
Might not be the most spacious, but it'll work for the conversation. As I open the door and just kind of walk over to one of the beds and hop on it.
I proceed to flop onto the floor and use my backpack as a chair.
It's the privacy, limited as it is, that it gives us. That's what we need. We are. Mayor Gilg and I were down at the docks. That's where we wound up after a little bit of magic.
Smugglers at the docks.
That's the Golden Hand. Yes, that's what they're known as. Well, their captain, Captain Morgan, told us that the dude with the metal face and all, he found them on the Isle of the Blessed. And their next destination is the same place. And Nameless, as that metal face person is known, indicated that we should be going there because we'll get answers. And so,
There's two.
I guess whatever is going on here and why we are who we are.
I feel like we've been over this though. Like we've talked to both the wizards.
But the wizard wasn't telling us everything.
Nobody's gonna tell us everything. We're literally being kept in the dark about what the prophecy is. We are literally not allowed to know. So,
But maybe it might tell us other things we should know.
To be honest, I hate the whole prophecy thing.
It's not
Yeah.
exactly the most thrilling thing. Well, look, we got 2 days to think about it. Well, who did we lose?
We lost
Lost
Happy.
Happy. Just happy. Okay. Well, we got 2 days to decide because they leave in 2 days in the dead of night. So, it's food for thought. But do not go talking about this to anyone because they are the smuggling types and they like to protect their interests. So I
Pass.
think you know what goes with that.
Bitch.
You're the snitch.
You just snitched on me, snitch.
Oh my god.
Alright, well, I'm gonna be completely honest. I have zero interest in this. We had other plans to go back to the marshes after we got a boat and rested, and I had assumed that was still our plans.
I may have a solution for that.
Oh,
What's the solution?
I've got a solution. Trust me.
That's not an answer.
okay. Well, there's still Genrula, and then going back to Fort Farron to pick up our stuff.
I mean, we'll have our own boat.
Yeah, we have the boat to do all that still. We only have it for 7 days.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Come find us? We'll just pay him when we get back.
Contracts are contracts, though. Even if ours was a little heavy-handed.
Eh,
But what if they are contracts?
But it was. I physically signed it.
Oh, I see.
But it's still. So Isle of the Blessed. Apparently, we have some stranger who has no face that wants us to go there.
No face and no name.
No face, no name.
His name was Nameless, or at least that's what we call him.
His name is
It isn't
Metalface.
really
It's just
He
a name
respond-
for a
he
person without
responds
a
to-
name.
Yeah.
Regardless, I have no interest in this. Doesn't matter what their ideals are or why. I just no. I'm not. We came here for a reason, and if Varys has a potential solution for part of that reason, we still have the other things we have that we said we were going to do. And on top of that, I'm tired. I am I cannot continue this. We have been constantly moving for the past month without any real breaks. I can't keep doing this. I'm not built like Varys or Nyera who have been fighting for who knows how long. I'm at I'm at my end here for now. I need some time. I need some time to relax, to do something that isn't life threatening.
Prince of Darkness has been through some heavy shit here. He may have a point.
The sun doesn't.
He is the Prince of Darkness.
Well, about that, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not technically a prince, but more of
I mean, they
a
called you a
in.
prince.
I know they call it, but that's in name. I don't think I'm actually from the Shadowfell.
I
'Cause
think even if you were, you might have been disinherited from the throne.
mm, I'm not entirely sure about that.
I mean, I wasn't meaning it literally, anyways.
But yeah,
It was a nickname.
He's
it's
being emo
fair,
again.
fair.
I'm being emo.
Yeah.
But yeah,
No.
I want some time to sit down and think about what has literally happened in the past 2 weeks of us being in that marsh, because there's a lot of shit that happened, and that's a lot of rewriting that I need to do about my entire life that I need to think over. So
So should we stay in the city for a few days and we get our thoughts collected? Because the swamp was disgusting.
I mean,
Let's be honest.
Varys said he has a solution for the swamp, so we have no reason to go back there. I would still like to go up to Jinrala and get our cart and wagons and Fred back. Not Jinrala, Fort
Fort
Farron.
Farron, yeah. I mean, I agree. I think we should go to Fort Farron, but maybe we participate in the Coliseum. Maybe get
I
some
think that's
fighting
called
in.
life-threatening behavior.
There's a
Can
big
I
fight
just say
tomorrow.
I would like to beat the shit out of Naira for who keeps taunting me. I think I have a few ideas in my head.
Okay, well that's on you. I am not a fighter. You have fun beating the shit out of each other.
I'm just gonna put my hand on his back. Come on, we'll team up and be me and you. We got this.
Really, Paz? Let's beat the shit out of everyone. This is the one
you.
place where we actually are justified in beating the crap out of
I'm
everyone.
putting my hand on Soot, by the way, not you.
Oh no! I already said I shook hands. I was like, oh,
It's me and
it's not even
Soot.
me.
Well, I appreciate it, Pez, but I really do just want to sit back, relax, and do a lot of thinking.
You sure?
Yeah, if you want to go to the Coliseum, though, by all means.
I mean, it'd be fun. It'd be fun to pound on Gilga though.
I
Maybe
like
I'll
how
co-
y'all think of Coliseum and immediately think of let's punch each other.
maybe I'll come watch, but I
You
will
know there are
not be
like
participating.
other people you can fight that aren't us.
I mean,
Yeah,
we could do that too. I mean, I'm not sure if it's like a 1v1 or 2v2.
There's
I am
solos
literally the
and
master of combat.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me, waiter or
We're
server,
in,
We're in a
bartender?
room.
We're
we
in
are
a
literally
You're in the
in a
room.
room.
Oh, shoot. I keep thinking we're
Y'all,
in
yeah.
the
So
chambers.
y'all
Let's
went
see
upstairs into
my
that
thing.
bunk room. It's a large, spacious room, and you all went up there
That's
to have a
right.
private
That's right.
conversation.
That's right.
Oh yes, Master Gilga. I'm here. What do you need, Master?
Just
Oh,
like runs out. How can I help
what are
you?
you
I'll go out. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go
what are you
downstairs.
wanting information on? I
Why
just
would
told you there are single
What the
fights
Coliseum
and
is like.
double fights. Or team fights.
uh,
They're tomorrow. That's why
Yeah, I
everyone's
know they're
here.
tomorrow, but I didn't know the details. So
Yeah.
Well, we could
Singles
go
and
there.
team.
You could go there and figure that out for yourself.
that is true.
you have locomotion?
They also fight to the death.
Yeah, that's not new for him.
Just put
I mean,
it.
we fight to the death pretty much every single time we fought in the swamps. So
Yes, but we were fighting monsters and evil deities and undead, not other.
I mean, I don't have to kill anyone. I mean, they can try to kill me, but
You
I don't have to kill them.
kind of do have to kill them. It's to the death.
Well, he does. I don't think you have to kill them. You could probably just knock them unconscious, and that works just as well. But people get heated, and fighting to the death is allowed. What I'm guessing is the terminology here.
Well, if Sit's out, I'm out.
I've been out. I didn't want to go to the Colosseum. The only Colosseum I wanted to go to was one of the mind.
I mean, we can get you more mud so you can throw more people in the Coliseum.
There's not good mud here, you know. You kind of have to like get some rocks in it, you know, make it solid.
I don't know. I don't throw mud at people.
I would know. I'm a professional mudslinger.
I didn't want to go. I didn't want to wrap up, go to sleep. I want to go to the Coliseum.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you have a mission
8
set out,
p.m.
Gilga.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well,
I'm ready.
this room only holds 4 people, so whoever wants to sleep here can. But if anyone wants
Yeah,
to stay
Gilga,
on
get
them, they're
out.
gonna have to get another one.
I just get kicked out. Wow. Why? I want to
No,
stay.
Yeah, why did Gilga get kicked out?
I
he's
don't.
not
There's only
cool.
4 spots.
Who all's sleeping in here?
Was
I
Wing
am.
Song and myself, so
That's two.
that's 2. And Gogo wanted to sleep, so he can sleep here, and so at least one more.
Yeah. So why was he getting kicked out again? I'm very confused.
It's Wing Song being Wing Song.
Yeah. Wing song.
So are we staying
Alright.
in the city and Thothig's gonna go to his blessed isle and speak with God or whatever?
Uh, oh, I'm not going there on my own. If everyone here feels you don't want to go, we do not have to go. They'll leave without us in 2 days. They made that very clear.
Well, I'm very happy that they're gonna have a fun time there.
So, out of character, the conversation I'm listening to, I don't try to intertwine with player decisions and things, but just know that the world is going to happen regardless of what you do. It's just
Right.
going to function. So, the captain is going to take off in 2 days' time, and they're going to come back and they're going to offload, and then they're going to go. Based on the conversation you heard, it seems like they've been doing this trip for a while. They've been running the blockade, and then they run it back, and then they run it out and run it back. They're making coin. They're making profit. People are paying for the smuggled goods that they're bringing in, and they're going to continue that. They're free-spirited, free-willed individuals that work for an organization that is worldwide, across the entire planet. So they don't really care about what you all are doing. It's Nameless that seem to pull you here as maybe an opportunity for answers, right? That's what they wrote. That's literally it. So you take this opportunity now, take it later, the world is still going to run. It's still going to function. In the same way that we just had that whole Velkin thing, the world runs. This organization is going to do what they do. The Velkin are going to continue to hunt monsters that plague the people. They're going to kill the things that you don't want to see, right? They're going to function as they always had. Why didn't they go into the marshes? It was because of Grugash. It was because of the dragon. It was because of what was there. They cannot just topple that themselves. And they also know that there's a balance to things, right? So, based on what Varys had found out, wow, okay, they can take care of it. There's an evil that lurks there. A brother from the Order has said an evil that lurks there. They're passing over. They can pass over the torch, right? And then the Velkin can do it. The world still runs. Everyone's going to do what they're going to do. So, you all definitely think about that in your decision process and come together as a party and come through with what it is that you'd like to do. The Coliseum competitions happen every 2 weeks. So just because the competition is happening tomorrow doesn't mean another competition won't happen in 2 weeks' time. If you are going to find information about it, I will state that you have heard enough from the crowd, the patrons, and other things inside of the tavern, in the limited time that you were at the table and also passing upstairs. The Colosseum is what is on the tongue. It is what everyone is talking about. It is this thing, and they're discussing, what monsters is there that are going to fight in the group competitions, which groups are going to come out. They're talking about different adventuring tropes and different people that are kind of have a little bit of folklore, a little bit of famous, right? Maybe some from the Horncarver clan, Goliath, right, from the Horncarver clan, and Gallian Mountains are going to come down like they did a couple of months back and win the competition outright in record time. So those are what you're hearing. Based on what you're hearing is that if you're going to sign up for this, it has to be now. They're not going to have you come tomorrow and take you in while competitions are happening. And if you're going to do it now, there's only one place that you can possibly sign up this late, and that is going to House Coolrez itself. As House Coolrez runs the competitions. They run the Coliseum. Their compound is in the bazaar. So they welcome you with open arms, and they accept your sign up, and they will, but we don't know that. So that's what you're able to hear from the crowd. I will give you that. Help you out with your decisions here. So.
Well, I'm going to that compound. I want to fight.
Have fun.
I do not know about the rest of you, but I believe I will be going to the library if we are going to be spending time here.
We'll actually join you. There's some things I want to try to look up myself.
Varys, is there anything you would like to study as well? I know you are a knowledgeable person as well.
I can keep myself busy if we wish to stay in the city.
Wonderful.
So
Yes, who are the Golden Hand?
What?
Who are the Golden Hand?
A smuggling group. I know as much as Thothic has told us. Why? Why do you think I know?
I don't know. The one dude said we could get answers. Answers are cool.
You just want answers about the leader, which I also want. Which I think I can get here.
Ooh, good. Take me with you.
Maybe.
That wasn't an ask.
He is the Duke, remember?
He was never a duke. He stole a ring off a dead body.
I had the ring after I vanquished him, thus it transferred succession.
No,
Then I lost it getting tricked into a drinking contest.
you weren't tricked.
Thought they lost.
Exactly. Therefore, you didn't lose anything. It was entirely Thothic's fault.
It was Paylor that did it.
But you didn't have to take part. You chose to.
I was
That's
tricked.
really what it comes down to is personal choice.
I was tricked. But you're taking me with you. I want to find out stuff. He's not even your leader.
But he is the leader.
He is.
We'll see.
I don't believe that that's a question.
I'm aware.
It's a sentence. We'll see is a sentence. It's a
What are you
statement.
gonna be doing, Nair?
Don't know right now. We'll see.
Okay. All right. So, what I can
Easy
interpret
time.
from what you have stated is that we're going to be in the city for a period here. Okay. And are we
So one more day. At least for one more day, for sure.
at least for one more day?
It sounds like it's going to be more than one day.
It sounds like it's going to be for one more day.
It sounds like it, but
Yeah,
I just
you
need
know,
but one day for the Coliseum. Gotta be honest.
Well,
Gil-
you better
Gilga's-
hightail it over to.
it's only
House
one day
whatever.
for the Coliseum. It's a 2 week. It's a every 2 weeks. So
Gilga's gonna run out of the tavern real quick and just run down and go sign up.
Go try to sign up. Okay. So
then be
you
told no.
Okay. All right. So I want to make sure that we understand. We're splitting again here. So we have people going. We have one person going to House Fortune Favor to potentially sign up. We have others that are staying here inside of the tavern or the room, and then I have heard that people are going to be going to the library.
I think Wingsong and I are gonna go to the
I'm not gonna
library.
lie. I kind of imagine this as
in
a
the morning.
downtime activity.
Yeah, it's sometime tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes. Downtime activity. Okay.
hmm
Coliseum is not a downtime activity.
Yeah, I know.
Something
I was
else.
like Coliseum.
Rather active activity.
That's
That's,
pretty active.
Yeah, and it might also be informative. It is. We'll definitely have to role play it. We'll have to role play this, and it'll be maybe informative too, just hearing about some of the rules and other things that Goga can pass on once they return. So, all right. So I think we're definitely coming to an agreement there. You know, Varys, if you're going to be obviously, if the party will probably be here, we can definitely say that you, Varys, and Pat, if you want Paz to come along with you, you can take up the investigation right into this blood drinker more than the first master has done. Work with them as well, even, and continue and try to find a more concrete answer in this, if this really is the leader that came through here. That is definitely something you can do as downtime. We'll come to that depending on, I think, what the party decides. A little bit, like I said, a little undecided here. We're still disjointed, but we're kind of coming to. So I think it's a good time for a break because we're kind of at a stopping point.
Stick it on your ass like glue.
So we'll go
You're
ahead.
getting away from me.
We'll go ahead and take a break. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the Nameless Fellowship as we go through the fine city of Olathe and the enticing weasel, and met a Captain Morgan and heard some interesting things from Nameless. So we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So 6:14 p.m. PST. Most likely. Oh, I'm lagging out. Hold on.
Lag right when we
Wait,
when we
I'm
take a
coming.
break.
Am I back?
Wait,
Wait,
no,
All right, everyone, we're gonna be taking a break.
hold on. I'm back. I'm
Are you
back.
back?
Solid?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll be back in 10 minutes or so, and then most likely be a little bit later. We chat and other things. So
Yeah, the normal 15-20 minutes.
yeah, 15 to 20 minutes at that point. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll be back. So
Bye.
Be
all right. All right, welcome back. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And we get going with the second half of our session here with very much the majority of you resting right at the tavern, right? You can always pick up another room to get some more bunks if you need to. Like I said, the adventure rooms are available to you all, so you can have a place to stay. Obviously, you can get more drinks, you get more food downstairs. And enjoy yourselves here in the enticing Weasel and the atmosphere of Drunken Sailor's Delight. And there's bards that are playing. People are coming up on tables and jamming out and kind of forming a little bit of tropes in a way, and coins being tossed around. People are just enjoying themselves, right? It is technically a Friday night, and it is the night before the Coliseum event. So this is probably the busiest this tavern is going to be. And it is like sardine land, right? You're going to have to shove yourselves through in certain places. You need to drink at the bar. You got to like push up. And so it's kind of being, it has that chaotic, fun atmosphere. So we're really going to come to Gilga because Gilga is the only one who's decided to branch out of the tavern right now before they take the long rest and do what they're going to do in the following day. So because Gilga, you need to go sign up for, if you're going to attempt to sign up for the Coliseum, right? You got to essentially figure out the details of what's happening here. You begin to head in the direction of the compound. I'm going to go and activate this map. So we're going to pull off the tavern.
Oh, there's actually a map for this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to pull off of the tavern to the city. Yeah, there's actually going to be a map for not the compound, but a particular place where you're going to be inside of the compound. So do there. And then we need our rain sound, horse carts around. The city's still a bustle, still moving, some wind running through. So you're headed straight shot down the main road, right? You have familiarity with this place. You've been down, up it, right, going towards the blacksmith, and so you know where the Coliseum's at, and you're headed for it. Eventually, you find the bricked and rock wall, kind of sandstone that encompasses the bazaar, which is currently completely abuzz with people. The entrance into the bazaar is very grand from the main road, right? It's just this beautiful and ornate kind of continuation with the cobble and then the sidewalks, and then there are two kind of golden statues that have crossed halberds over top of the entrance, outstretched above, about 20 or so feet. Gold plating shows some weathering from the rain and the wind, but they are tried and true, and they seem to be reminiscent of gladiators for somebody that would be fighting in a coliseum such as this. There's also more statues of sandstone and marbling that kind of continue along this path and this road, as well as interlined trees and kind of shrubbery to create some sort of elegance, even though the bazaar is really filled with a lot of sand and dirt pathing and many traders and wagons and a variety, lots of smells and things. It's kind of trying to push off that away from what is the central highway to the Colosseum. The Colosseum, I'm not going to get to the description of that, but the Colosseum takes up most of the bazaar and is large. We can always get a description of that later. One thing to note is that in the bazaar, you're able to find a great number of things. In fact, there's a lot of people that come in here trading that are allowed to go through the blockade, and they are selling their wares freely. They are chartered to do so. In this space, you might find some things back from your clan as well. You know, maybe some dwarves or some other races and things. They're selling exports and imports of other things that come from your clan and your city. So there might be some familiarity there. But you're kind of segueing. You're seeing this large compound off the road to the right, not too far away, probably about 600, 700 feet away from the entrance. And that is the notable structure in the bazaar. It stands at a two-story kind of sandstone building, very much a desert dwelling of sorts. And there is a beautiful kind of 15-foot brick wall with many different towers that surround it, and these spiralized circular perennials that come upwards with platforms filled with braziers themselves. And there are guard up there. They all are wearing different kind of clothing underneath, an ensemble of cloak that kind of forms downwards with sleeves of gold and then a dropping of like kind of whitish black coloration of the central part of the robe. They have longbows, crossbows, rapiers, scimitars. They all have kind of helmets that going over the top. Additionally, they have armor underneath them. They're house guard, and they're just kind of watching and patrolling. You take a side road that goes north of the bazaar, and then you have this double wooden door that is open currently, which is passing through that wall that surrounds the compound. Because the compound has the training grounds on the west side, it has the stables and servants' quarters in the courtyard on the east side, and then the actual main house is at the center of that. To you, it's strange that the double wooden door here, which is also metal reinforced with brass and bronze, and then has some kind of on the top end of that double wooden door of that gate, right, is actually open with like iron bars. So if you jump high enough, you might be able to really get up there and see through. It's strange to you that it's open until you see inside the courtyard the water feature at the center and then the large staircase that goes up about 10 feet to the house. You see that there are wagons, stagecoaches, and drivers currently talking nearby them. They're kind of vacant and empty, right? There's stables, there are masters coming from the stables feeding the horses and grooming them. And then there are whole 6 guards that are right there, maybe 30 feet away from you off the main stretch here that as you headed north. And they kind of look in the direction of you, smoking a pipe, another one has a tankard, flask, just chalking and enjoying themselves. And seems as though one of them has a scroll, kind of folded up, tucked into the sleeve, or the robe kind of jacket pocket that's kind of poking outwards. They kind of turn and look towards you as you stop and you stare. You kind of lock eyes.
Okay. I'm just going to approach and just to the guards be like, I'm here to sign up for the Coliseum for the competition. Huh?
Human walks forward, the one with the scroll, kind of tucked in, slightly younger, mid-20s maybe. Has a very broad shoulders and chest, a scimitar on the right-hand side, and a short sword on the left. Squints down. Oh, you're not here for the party?
Party?
Yeah. House Cool Rez's
Oh.
party. House Cool Rez always has a party before the competitions.
That's cool. Well, I didn't know there's a party. That sounds fun, but I'm trying to sign up for the competition. I heard this is the only place you could do it. Am I wrong?
Well, it's not normally, but signups have concluded. Rosters have been filled, in a sense. Get you up in front of Lenny Cool-Rez, though. You want to plead your case. Seem like you have some
Yeah.
decent armor on you. Are you a fighter?
I'm a fighter slash crafter, blacksmith, primarily a blacksmith, but I do know how to get myself, in the fighting stance. And I'm just gonna do like a mock, like boxing. Look very silly doing it.
Right. Interesting. And do you have any sign up for gold to offer House Cool-Rez in the late sign up here?
I mean, how much gold do you have to offer?
That's up to you. You're the one signing up late. Coin talks. I'm just trying to help you out here, bud.
So Saito will be like, "What's a good amount? Can you help me?"
Maybe like 500.
That's not a problem. Going to pull out 500 gold pieces.
Wow, you have a lot of coin. Shit. Okay, well, come on with me. Hands the scroll to a nearby guard. Begins to pass in the house. Now, I'm not going to describe the house because there's multiple pieces of this house and such. Just know that you're coming up this staircase. You're going through the semi-arched entrance. The doors are kind of gold-plated and they're made of solid brass. They open up into kind of a... If you've ever watched, I should say, not been, but watched gladiator kind of shows and things, they usually have like that really ornate grand entrance that's open as well, almost like an atrium way, and the balcony like wraps around it, right? And then you have multiple different corridors and things. There's like a water feature, a pool at the center of a sunken area. That's what you're kind of walking into. You then take a staircase to your right to go up to the balcony, and there's another one on the other side. It kind of goes up to the same spot, just on either side, right? You wrap around that balcony, and then you're just taking a straight shot down the large corridor heading west to a double wooden doors that has gold plating and then gold, very intricate, draconic-like handles, right? These kind of dragon heads that come outwards. And that's where you're proceeding. And as you open that, you hear the sounds of laughter and boisterous. I'm going to go ahead and configure my ambience here. And you hear the sounds of laughter and other sorts of bolstered kind of chuckles every so often. But it's very regal and secluded, right? Definitely don't think I want any dishes sounding here, so I'm going to put a different ambience on because I don't want dish sounds. Let me see. Okay. So there are a variety of people in here. Again, it's very low key. Everyone's on these kind of pillows and rugs. They're very exotic and silk and very beautiful and pleasing in the senses. There are different factions of people, maybe representatives of the gladiators that fight or the gladiators themselves. Some of them are armored. Some of them are not. They have staffs, magic users. This feature, the central pillar that goes up at the center, kind of has these 4 pleading figures of sandstone as they're kind of coming down and then pleading up to the heavens as if to give thanks or to get some sort of praise. There's multiple bars. People are coming to the bar counters with sandstone, and they're sitting down, scissor chairs. So they're just taking a drink and leaving. Everything's made of gold. There is nothing in here that is of silver, or clay, or wood, or iron. All the plates, all the cutlery, everything is gold. Any of the building materials are sandstone. The only thing wood would be maybe some of the lounge chairs and chairs about the space and the scissor chairs, house guard, around the doors. And the guard that you're with very intricately looks towards a figure, just leans down and begins to whisper into the ear. The figure sitting down on one of the scissor chairs, sipping from a very intricate golden little cup, sipping on something. And then sidesteps, moving past you. Good luck. And then walks out the doors.
Those go to him, right? He just notified me.
This figure.
Yeah.
This is a 7'2" gold dragonborn with older gold scales and a beautiful fan, lower cheekbone accents. They have twin curved horns and golden yellow eyes with a strong brow line. Wearing a beautiful piece of studded leather over a beige and golden silk tunic, just matching the same colors of the house guards in a way. They have matching darker tan bracers with gold and silver studs, and the silver has been polished and refined to make that of gold. Again, everything that you would see upon them is gold. Anything silver would be turned and painted down or plated in gold. They have a scimitar and a short sword on each side. Accented trousers work their way into sandals. Pushes a hand to the side and pulls out one of the chairs for you. Raises a finger up to the barkeep. Crack open a crystal bottle filled with this red liqueur. Inside, the glands of snakes. Pouring it into a similar golden small cup, slides it forward towards you. Raises their cup as if they expect you to drink it and cheers them.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. Yes. Thank you. Cheers.
You have drank
Now you see alcohol.
is fermented snake venom.
So I'm assuming it burns my throat and
Burns and tingles and has a very intricate, sweet, spicy taste.
I'm gonna taste it. I'm like, Is this alcohol? It doesn't really taste like it.
It is, yes.
Oh, it's really good. I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm Gilga Ironforge. How are you?
Moves the hand and then grabs traditional gladiator, right, on the forearms, just braces and touches, and then begins to plate their fingers and hands around your shoulders, and puts the hands upon your cheeks, moving your head back and forth. You have come to fight.
Yeah. I just thought it would be a lot of fun, and I want to try out some new things with a couple of my inventions that I have on. You know, those type of things.
You can see. Are you in a group, or is this solo?
I had a group, but I don't think they want to play, so I'll be going there solo.
Are you aware that it is to the death?
I mean, I don't want to die, but yes, you told me. Or now you told me. I mean, someone told me, and now you told me. Yes, I know.
Do you have powers over magic?
Uh, yeah, and I'm just gonna, let me let me see if I have something not so harmful, and I'm just going to use
Answer
prestidigitation and just
is
cast a
yes
shower of lights.
or no. As you cast the shower
Yes,
sparks, just stare at you
yes,
through the
yes.
shower spark. There are rules. There are no conjurations. There is no teleportation out of the Colosseum and back. Must be wary. The creatures and monsters you face for the first few rounds try to wheedle the weak. May kill you before you fight anyone else. They may have resistance to your magic. Upon defeating a gladiator after the monsters, you may plead their mercy. The crowd will decide if they will die. If you do not kill them, then we will kill you.
Wait, but so if the crowd said I had to kill someone, I have to kill them?
It's correct. You may not plead mercy unless the crowd favors it.
That doesn't sound good.
It is the price to pay.
Oh, I didn't know this. Man, it'll be great to have a Celtic here. Just telling me what to do. Pray to Pelor. Maybe give me some inspiration. So how many rounds are there
It
supposed to be?
depends on who signs up, how many we wheedle down. I cannot tell you this. There is only one grand champion, and it is the one who survives all of the rest.
Mm. You know, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if Gilgo wants to just kill people. This way I could just spare everyone.
The prize for grand champion is 20,000 gold pieces.
Okay, I'm in.
But it's not just the coin you will win. It is the favor of the people, and potentially of this house.
Oh. I really need 20,000. I'm trying to get this item that
I do not need to
helps me be
know
smarter. Oh,
why you
okay. I'm
need this
sorry.
coin. I am simply telling you the rules of this competition and your reward if you win.
Wait, so just wondering, if I sign up for a group, how many people can I bring?
A group competition is 3 rounds facing these monsters. It is timed. The group who finishes the fastest takes the coin of 10,000 gold pieces. It does not matter how many you have in a group. I have seen large groups, and they do not work together, and they die. It is pathetic. So, it just needs to be more than one.
You know what? Can you sign us for the group? I'll convince my group.
That is what you wish. You have
Yeah.
until midnight. Let's
What time is it
hurry.
right now? It's 7:40.
Right now, I'm gonna advance. Well, the time technically changed, so you had to get over here. So I'm gonna pace it to 8:30 at this point,
Okay.
based on the conversation I had in the room, and then also trekking in here.
Should I be a dick and just sign everyone up, or should I just be more patient?
The group
So we fight
competition-
monsters, right? We don't fight
That is correct.
people?
In group competition, you face only monsters. 3 rounds, 3 monsters. Fastest, go through all 3 rounds to defeat these monsters. Take the grand prize. If you die, you die. Our healers at Hatskuldores will do what they can to heal you. But
Oh, we had the best healer. Trust me. You know, Pelor is great. That's what I learned from him.
again, I do not care. I'm just simply telling you. Group competition happens in the morning. Not the first light. The Colosseum must be filled before the competition starts. Roughly an hour to 2 after first light, when the Colosseum is filled, we will begin. I suggest you hurry back before midnight to sign, and I will tell you more. Make your way out on your own.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be back as soon as possible. And I want to start dashing. Like heaving and huffing, running back to the party.
Okay. Alright, I'll put us back onto the city map. I'm just going to keep us on here. No reason to get onto the tavern map, unless it sounds
I
like you're
can't
already
wait
kind
to
of
exploit this for personal
Yeah.
gain.
And then they're just going to hear me just yell everyone's name. Salt! Wake up! Pass! Ferris! Something! Now! Come out!
Okay. So in your rooms, probably upstairs, right, or downstairs?
Yeah. Well, I'm just running on the streets.
Okay.
Like as I'm
Yeah.
getting close
Okay.
to the tavern, I'm just yelling it.
Okay.
Not
It hasn't
good,
been very
not good.
long in terms of Gilga being gone. This has been just over an hour, right, of them running to get there and then running back and having that conversation.
Still would have passed out within that hour.
Also advance the time for how long it took you to get back here. It's about 9:20ish.
Ferris would be on his 3rd bottle somewhere downstairs.
Yeah. I'm just going to run straight into the first floor. Be like, I'm just going to look for it. Be like, Naira! Ferris! Oh, Ferris!
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling my name, especially?
We could earn 10,000 gold. I got a task for us. We can earn 10,000 gold as long as we do this.
Gilga, you're aware of how much gold we brought in, selling all the diamonds and whatnot we brought.
Yes,
Well, let's
I don't
hear him
fight for
out.
sport.
but more coin is always better, and we would just be doing the exact same thing we've always done.
What's the task?
So all we had to do is we had to fight in a group battle in which we fight 3 rounds of monsters. Basically, it's what we do, but the light version.
For the entertainment of hundreds of drunken people in an audience.
We
Let
could
me
be
think.
those drunken people.
Thousands, tens of thousands.
10,000. But here's the thing, right? It's better to the individual because I might have to kill people, and I don't like the idea of having to kill people even they want to die. Not great.
Well, then why did you go sign up if you knew that it was going to be to the death?
Well,
I
I
told you
thought I
this.
could say no, but they said I had to follow the will of the people, and people want people to die, which is horrible. So I don't want to do an individual, but I want to convince everyone here to do the group round with me.
Hunting
What do I get
monsters
out of it?
is
Hold on.
my
What
job.
Well, we all get a split of 10,000 gold.
That's
gold
like
means
less
nothing
gold
to
than we
me.
get normally.
I
And-
don't care. I've
and
literally thrown
we
away
get the
thousands of it
favor-
without knowing.
We get
without
the
knowing
favor
anything.
of the city and the house, that's starting it. That's going to be great, you know.
You keep saying we. We doesn't. What do I get?
I'll make you. I'll make you a ring. Anything
What
you
type of
want.
ring? Just a ring?
A spell refueling ring, the one that they prize so much. I'm not sure that'll be
I
helpful
want your
to you.
armor.
No. Hold on.
I want your armor.
Hold
You
on.
give me your armor, I will do this. I won't care about any gold or favor. You can have all of it. I want your armor.
Okay,
Varys flags
how
down
about
a
this?
barmaid for another bottle.
How about this? Do you
Yeah.
want to see a knight? Would you like to see a knight?
No, I want your armor.
No, but this is my armor.
One of those ingots is mine, and so I want the whole thing.
This is
I mean,
his
you gave it to me
investment.
willingly, though.
Yes, and now it's time to collect. I want your armor. I will do this for your armor.
Okay. Counter argument. How about
There is no counter. You want me to do this. I don't want to. I
I've
want
been
your
trying to
armor.
research I've been trying to research some new infusions that I've been trying to do. How about one that helps you be more aware? You know, advantage on initiative. You can't be surprised by anyone. So not only are you surprising people, but people can't surprise you.
But you know, counterpoint to your counterpoint. If I am surprised, I'll literally be in your armor.
Well, I mean, trust me, I'm surprised in this armor all the time. It's not great being surprised in this armor.
Well, yeah, that's because you're not me.
But you can't use this armor. Once I take it off, you can't use it. Watch, I want to don off the armor.
I mean, I just want it. I don't care.
That's not a good reason. You can't even wear armor.
Have you met Pat?
It's a show. It's a showpiece.
Pretty on brand.
If he wants me to do this, I don't want to. But if he's willing to give up something,
I'm
then
not saying you're
willing
in the
to do
wrong
it.
here.
I mean, that's such a high price. You know, can't you just do something a little bit more like
1 million gold.
Can you even do you even know how many zeros is in a million, Paz?
No idea. I'm
That's what I
assuming a million of them.
you know what's more is
Absolutely.
1,000.
I'm not stupid.
Uh,
I know 1,000 is less than a million.
How about
Trace that,
100?
The price is only going to go up now. Now I want a million and your armor.
Okay. Anyone else?
Don't take me for stupid. Give me your armor and I'll do it.
I'm pretty sure I asked you for a ring and you said no and then ran away laughing.
Now, Aaron, you can have his armor if I get it.
Oh, thank
Gilga,
you.
I gave you back such a ring. You should have one free to use, or did you destroy that one already? Do something else.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind switching my armor for arrows.
Well, I'm not switching.
No. It's not
That's the armor.
switching. It's I get the armor and then I'm just going to give it to her. Oh, yeah, by the way, I have this necklace I made for you. It's got the 2 big-ass rubies. So it's yours, Naira. Here.
Thank you.
It's,
are you trying to buy her affection with jewelry, Paz?
Yeah,
No.
this is what's happening.
no, she said she wanted to keep them, but we were going to sell them, and I said I could do this instead, and I did it.
He just follows through on promises. Go, you should try it.
So, your armor,
I do follow through my promise. I'm asking.
your armor for my assistance.
I know, but that's a little high.
Do you know what creatures they are?
Your armor, I'm in.
Okay, you know what? Is there nothing else except for the armor, please?
Can't you build more? Isn't that like your whole thing?
I mean, every time you've counter-offered me, you've insulted my intelligence. So, you should be lucky I'm just now asking for the
apparently I'm
armor.
an asshole and insult everyone's intelligence, so that's not that's normal.
Well, maybe you should be kinder. Your armor.
Have you considered being kinder?
I tried to, and then
Naira, if
beat
I would
that
like to
shit
go
out
fight
of
in an
me.
arena, would you like to fight with me? I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm not going to do that because Gilga hasn't given me his armor.
Yeah, no armor, no dice.
No armor, no dice. That's the group.
else wants to join?
Sorry,
I
kid.
mean,
I fight monsters for a profession, not for entertainment.
I mean, we're doing it for both. It's a profession and
No,
entertainment.
no, that's somebody's pet they've caught and want to use me
Look,
to make
look,
money off.
look. I'm not sure how we're going to use a favor, but it could use it for good things, you know.
I don't think it's
If I-
I don't think it's a favor. I think it's having favor, and that could easily just be like thumbs up when we make eye contact. That's not.
oh, here's the ceremonial key to the city.
You know, maybe when we're going to swamp, we want to find some information or we want to sell some stuff. Maybe having favor with that house will give us better prices. You know, it's not going to cost us that much to kill a bunch of monsters that we normally do.
Except for our potential lives.
Well, it always costs us our lives, but you know, we get out of it.
But usually the pay is higher.
Okay.
Usually the stakes are higher.
Yeah, we've kind of got that whole forced destiny thing. That one's pretty expensive.
I know, but what can they throw at us that's worse than a dragon that could
of
spew out poison and could just literally claw us to death in one stroke? I mean, trust me, it's not like we're gonna have a dragon in
I
this
mean,
fight.
it sounds like that you'll have it handled perfectly then.
Michael, stop that. Stop that. Michael, stop that. Stop that right now. Do not raise your eyebrows. Do not do that. Alright? If there's a Tarask on the other side, I said to God, I will flip this personal computer right over this monitor.
Well, we might not even know what's on the other side because so far 4 people have said no.
And you haven't given me your armor.
You know what?
I'm not really
Screw it.
sure.
If I fight it by myself, I will fight it by myself.
Okay.
Why
I
don't
don't
you
think
just
you're
get-
allowed to fight it by yourself. I think you
Right.
have to fight people if it's by
You know,
yourself.
I will find a random person. Okay, that's actually horrible. Never mind.
Murder
I
someone
mean,
because your friends won't play with you.
this whole bar's full of people who want to go fight there. Why don't you hire them?
Just go kill one of them.
You know, Kyuga, let me ask you this. You're interested in Pelor, right? You
Oh,
think
boy.
Pelor would
I'm not
really
drunk enough
Let's
for
go
this.
smoke, honestly.
and go
No.
out there and just, fighting people to make other people happy?
I was more concerned about the money, but yeah, I mean, we're not fighting people, we're fighting monsters. All
Well, how
right.
much is your armor worth?
You know, I'm not going to answer that question anymore. I'm really worried. It's priceless, Pass. It's priceless.
Okay.
Huh?
You know my price. I mean, good luck.
Yeah.
Knock him dead. Or knock him unconscious, because,
Yeah, if it's just killing people, you've got this.
I mean, think of how many
Killing
people you've killed.
killing monsters.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna murder a lot of people, and then you'll win.
I mean, it's not murder in this
Apparently, it's a fight
context.
to the
That's
death.
true.
We're
It is.
already,
They did agree to be in
It's
there.
just-
So.
Yeah, it's not combat. It's
Well,
what,
I'm not-
what we call
Okay.
consensual slaughtering.
I'm gonna be honest. I
Yeah.
really wanted so I could buy the Tomb of Clear Thoughts. You know,
The
I
what?
feel like I wanted to buy
There it is.
$100,000 item, and I need some money to get there. I'm gonna be honest.
How are
That's
you
my.
gonna do that if you split the gold? Also,
Hey.
You
it's
know
not
what?
gold.
You know what? Fine.
You know
well
what?
off your
You know
goal.
what? I'll at least be closer to my goal.
Whatever you buy, I want it though.
Hmm.
The tomb of the whatever god, it's mine.
Don't you want
Not
to
yours.
your wisdom instead of your intelligence
Pass is great on both.
or your dexterity? Why
I mean-
intelligence?
Well, because if this is what you're working for, and it means that much, then I want it.
Paz doesn't care about the item. He only cares about what it means to you, Gilga.
You see, I'm about to put forth a whole day of just punching the crap out of unknown things for a bunch of drunk people inside of an arena looking at me, all gonna be impressed, and they're gonna see the master of combat at his best.
Okay, we've been beating the crap
I figure
out of
if this arena holds 100,000 people, they should all pay me 1 gold to be there.
I did not
So-
expect this to be this hard. You know, I'm gonna be honest. We fight a bunch of monsters for a prophecy we don't really know. You
That's not
know,
why I'm fighting
it's
these
gonna pan
monsters.
out well for us or not.
I mean, yes, but now I can now I can get your armor.
See, so now you're just trying to exploit me.
Well, no,
That's
I'm
what he's
trying
been
to.
do the
I'm
whole time.
trying. I mean, I've been doing that ever since I first asked for your armor. Because I really don't want to do it. And I figured this would be the fee for me having to go and show everybody the Master
You know
of
what?
Combat
You
inside
know
of
what?
an arena.
If you really want my armor after the fight, I'll consider it.
No, I want it now. And I don't want you to consider it. I want you to
No, no,
do
no,
it.
no. Final offer. I'll give you the armor if you fight.
Bye. Have fun in the arena.
I need the
And I'm just
armor
gonna.
to
I'm
fight
just gonna
in
go
the
back to playing knife games on the table.
arena. I caught on my fingers. Cha, cha, cha.
A classic.
A classic. So I'm assuming no one else wants to do this.
I mean, you could go ask the feline twins, but I think they're passed out.
Yeah. They don't want to look right now. I don't think they want to fight right now.
Yes,
Or,
that's not
or
gonna do it.
tomorrow or the next day.
Also,
Well, there's limitations to spells, so I'm not sure if the two felines just having them is the best course of action. I think we need like a good melee dealing or
Yeah,
physical damage
I
dealing
would bet
person.
an equivalent amount of gold that so will say no.
I agree. You should have somebody who's there to beat the crap out of it for you.
And now you can for the low, low price of your armor.
Your armor. You could probably have two of us.
Naira,
Get two right away.
Naira, come on. You know, you
Do
and
you
I know
remember that
each
time?
other for a
Remember
while.
that time when you said you'd give me a ring and then you didn't and you ran away laughing?
You know what? I'll make you the ring right now.
You know what? That's not your armor.
No, I will make you the ring. I can make you the ring. I will make you the ring.
My hands are full.
Why don't you be like
If
a
you
ring
don't, okay,
wow.
okay. If you don't, the ring is gone. No more ring.
Well, it never existed, so that means nothing to me.
Oh,
No, the
No,
ring
you'll get
was
something
already
you've never
existed.
had.
It's literally been a day since Dokta got rid of his spell refueling ring.
I know. I
it-
remember it like it was yesterday, almost like
Yeah,
it
and I
was
was going to make
yesterday.
a new one for you. I was going to make a new one for you. I
No, you weren't.
lost. He unattuned from it, and now I had to make a new one for you.
You don't have to lie to me. You can just give him the armor, and then I'll
No,
help
no,
you.
no, no, no. Look at me in the eyes.
I look down.
Look at me and just see if I'm not telling you the truth.
Hey, I'm gonna cast
Oh my,
And I'm just
oh
going
my
to
god, is
open my
he
eyes.
awake?
I'm gonna cast the message through the floor.
Oh, he is awake. Okay,
I'm awake now.
got it.
To this loud, boisterous boy, this man-child who won't stop yapping about this goddamn Coliseum after being told 90 times no one wants to go to it.
Is that in Meow Meow or in Common?
It's in common because apparently he's too fucking common to understand the fact that we don't want to go to this goddamn Coliseum.
wow.
And I'm gonna whisper to him. I'm gonna whisper to him in common, the most widely spoken language among these people.
You do not know I speak
people.
more languages in common, right?
Does that matter? Because right now
Yeah,
your
but he
intelligence
doesn't.
is showing otherwise.
If he doesn't is the thing.
Either way, I will message to you.
I think he knows giant.
No, we do not want to. Go away.
Right.
Oh, just no.
Wow, he said no. I at least put a price on it.
Yeah, the door is open. You just have to walk through
Oh,
it.
you guys don't
Yeah,
hear
I
it.
just-
It's
I-
only him. It's only him.
Oh no, I
just
know. I'm
put
just
the-
saying.
I know. I just out above table. I at least put a stupid price on it.
Just no.
All right. I'm just going to go to sleep then. Good night.
You're not even gonna
everyone.
go sign up.
He's so disappointed, but none of us care.
I don't.
Good night.
I don't know if you can say no to rich people. They take that personally.
Good night.
Okay, he touched your face and everything.
So, Gilga, you're taking a hint that your party is not going to be joining you
Hint.
here, and you begin to go upstairs to go to sleep. Everyone at this point go through long rests.
Oh
I
man.
could even prompt you.
For
see.
Yes,
this.
prompt us, please.
All right.
Oh, I see.
Just because I did make the
Prompt me,
promise,
DM.
I did make the promise. I am going to use an infusion. I'm going to create an
No,
infusion.
you don't have to because you
I'm making the
specifically
infusion.
said you
Either
weren't
way,
going to do
I'm
it.
making the infusion. Too late.
You
Making the infusion.
genuinely said like 2 games
Haunted.
ago, LOL. No.
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
making
were
the
you
infusion.
gonna make that happen?
I'm gonna make the spell refueling ring.
Are you making it
Dead
and
ass
then
is
going
making that
sad to
happen?
sleep? Yeah, he dead
Yeah,
ass.
I'm
He
gonna
dead
like
ass ran away laughing.
they don't care about me. They don't care.
Oh
Why are they so mean?
I'm gonna
I
sleep
even, I
cramped.
even knew Naira's ring size without even asking her for measurements because I'm a
Yeah.
good friend.
You're probably in our goddamn room where Soot and I are trying to sleep while you're
Yeah.
banging on this tiny ass
You
anvil.
hear me just banging things a mother? You're like fucking idiot.
The vanity, the only table in the
I-
room.
I think
You
I think
drop
like just out of pure spite, I would just dissonant whispers you. Like out of
Cast
pure
silence on him.
I don't have
Uh,
silence. If I did, I
Oh.
would.
Wait,
But
did you use this in whisper on me?
yeah, I would unironically do so if you're going to do it in our room. Like I'm,
Wow.
you're
You didn't even tell me. You didn't even tell me to get out. You just cast it.
Just threw it out there.
because
All
I
right.
can hear you yelling about making this goddamn ring for
All right.
Naira.
You're
as
really
she's going
casting
through
distant
the fight.
whispers?
If he's
Do
gonna
it
legit?
do this goddamn ring.
Well, I mean, I want to make the ring. I'm going to make the
You
ring.
can go into the common area upstairs or do it
Yeah, I'll
downstairs. You
probably
don't-
do like the common area thing. I'm not going to
Yeah,
actually do it on
upstairs.
the bed, but I mean,
You
I
can
can
do
do
it
it
in our
here. I
goddamn
can't go.
room.
I cannot do it in the Smith. Like go to the Smith, do it, and then come back. You know, it's a long rest, so I have to
Thank
do it
you.
at the location that I'm at.
Yeah.
Because I'm
You
not
can-
gonna hear clink,
It's
clink,
fine.
clink.
It's fine. Okay.
You
Okay.
probably, honestly,
So-
you probably still hear the clink while you're in it. It's just muffled.
It's just bubble at that point. You can also do it downstairs too. There's opportunities here. So
Well, I
you're-
stopped upstairs. I can't come back down.
okay.
Plus,
All
the tavern's loud enough
Commit to
as
the
it
bit,
is.
would
So it's
you?
like it's
The
it's just,
tavern
it just
is going to be literally partying through the night. So this is
Yeah.
the noise of downstairs is still going to flood through the floorboards. You're still
That is
going to hear it.
entirely fine.
So you
You're
just
just
hear
gonna
people laughing and celebrating,
good
and just a
time.
little muffling voice.
Makes me feel better
crying.
that I hear people having a good time.
sound. Okay, so what ring are you making?
Spell feeling ring.
Oh, you're making another one?
Yeah,
Okay.
because
You don't have to. You don't
Ghostic
have
doesn't need it.
That's
I already
right.
gave one to Soot. I already gave one to
Wing song.
Wing Song, and I have no choice.
You do have a
Keeps reminding me to make.
Eric, can
I'm
you
a
even
good
attune
friend.
to another
I'm gonna
object?
prove everyone I'm not.
No.
I'm gonna prove to everyone I'm not an asshole.
Oh, that's good. I'm
Eric,
gonna ask
can
for it
you-
anyway.
After I make it, I'm not
No.
even gonna. I'm not gonna give it to her though. I'm just gonna slide it under a door and just write with a piece of nuts saying I'm sorry.
Can you even attune
No,
to
the
another
answer is-
object, Naira?
I keep saying no. I mean, I could if I took the ring of
So-
psychic off, which is what I'll do, but or I
As
did
you-
unattune, but
As you go through your long rests, right? Eventually, Nair, you trance. So you're you're kind of in
it's
that.
just me and Varys trancing.
Yeah,
Paz
you're
doing
in-
whatever Paz does.
trancing out, and eventually, in the middle of the night, you hear a slight shing underneath the door of your room. Your eyes, you look, and you see it's a ring. Your breath.
That is definitely not it. If anything, it was like, oh, bud.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, bud.
Anyways, it's there. You all
Yeah,
go
I'll
through your
take
long
it.
rest here. You wake in the morning. The noise from downstairs is subsided, but it's not completely gone. You also hear doors opening and closing. Like you wake up to that, right? People are going into the rooms. They're leaving. People are kind of yelling down the halls and the corridors. They're like, "Yeah, Coliseum time competition!" And they begin to like yell outwards of like specific like groups that they're cheering for, specific gladiators that they're kind of going for. Don't need to go into those details, right? So, and it just kind of creates that going, I'm just trying to sleep. Are you serious right now? Type attitude for those that might need 8 hours completely, but it's not horrible. So, you wake up, you're in your rooms. Right, we're now kind of passing through into decision-making time yet again, right? Downtime activities is what we're going to be doing today, I'd imagine. And then on the next day, right? What are we doing the next day?
I'm going first thing in the morning straight to the smith because
Okay.
fuck that shit. This group doesn't want to fight with me.
Major General
Horrible.
Michael D. Guy making our game. Um,
You can just say
Considering that
God.
both Soot and I have been here
DM.
before, is there anything that we know about the library that or like anywhere that would be of knowledge seeking good areas?
The Grand Library of Alathan is the largest library on Arthuria.
Okay.
It was once a place that Felgem researchers used as a kind of recruiting grounds for their wizarding school. You know that. It's a general knowledge that has long been forgotten after a couple hundred years here. And the Council of Alathan has taken over pride of it. They the library itself has a series of balconies and wings to it. They each pertain to subjects related to history. So the library itself is a history in relation to time. A lot of it in chronological sense of being like this specific event. So like a wing might be dedicated to like the Sundering. One wing might be dedicated to the Wilds, right? And it kind of goes into different periods that are very important. And the librarians that are in there, some of which come from other wizarding schools, and they come here to do their studies and they come to learn. There's no college here. There's no like formal institution of training, and that is because they have been kind of told not to. Right, it is still within like the realm of the Talthars, and they're never really allowed to make a wizarding school here or allowed to do their own kind of college for Bardic and things like that. Um, Now, in terms of what you can find there, you can find very common texts. You can find legends, right? Different lore that's very rich and intense and whatnot. And that really comes into play on how long you're going to spend there, like how much time that you're going to take in terms of what, and then what information, as well as what information that you're trying to figure out through your studies, through those things. It's definitely a library you can get lost in. People actually sometimes sleep in there, like they fall asleep in this library because it's a public library. It's not private. The doors are open pretty much 24 hours. And the actual council hires out the Embark Adventures as well, not just to protect the city, but also the library. And there are many different houses and people in this city that also protect the library. So it is something that stands as almost like a pinnacle of like rebellion to the Talthars, that the library still exists in a way. Not that they're about book burning or destroying of texts, but it's about a piece of history of the city. The library is that. It's a piece of history of the
It's like
city.
a symbol of individuality.
Yeah, exactly. Symbol of individuality, freedom, free will, that type of deal. So, like, you imagine me, House Coolres, right? House Ma, House Ball, right? Some of the companies, they all want to promote that because that's their way of life here. So,
Well, so is there anything you're looking to go to the library for?
I want to see if there's anything on the Shadowfell.
I I am not entirely sure what I am going to be going there for, but I think personally I will be researching the histories relating to our gemstones. I think that would be useful if we're going to try to figure out this prophecy or something.
Well, if that's the case, it would probably be more akin to the chosen ones over our gemstones in general.
It's a massive library.
Ye-
I will see what I can find. Just something related to the history of the chosen ones and or gemstones.
Yeah,
so you're
I'll
looking
join
at
you if I find anything.
relationship between gemstones and chosen ones.
And the dragons. Like kind of like if I can figure out what the gemstones might provide us in relation to us and our dragons.
Right. key the search terms into your browser for me, Happy? Just
Okay, I was like, I'm not like.
All of a sudden, this
I'm-
library
I'm a
portal opens up.
Sagittarius.
Damn! No,
Damn, dude. Who knew
what?
books were cool and
could you imagine
rad?
that if I created like a library with all these books and you had like a search tool? That'd be nuts. Okay,
And I would have
relationships.
to actually read them, and I would be really sad because I
Yeah,
hate
you'd be
reading
really
actual
sad, but I'd
books.
force you to read it. So just tell you. So Wing Song, relations between gems, dragons, and chosen ones. That's what you're looking
Yes.
for. Okay.
Do you want scholarly resources or like
Yeah,
peer
give me a Wikipedia
reviewed?
article.
Yeah.
That is not scholarly.
Okay, so I have 3 people on the agenda. Varys, you've proclaimed that you're going to continue your investigation, right?
Yeah, I think before everyone else wakes up, since him and Naira get up early, they would have a little smoke session because he'd want to talk to her about it first.
Okay, then you can definitely roleplay that if you want. Go for it.
The leader is
So,
your father.
Yeah, I think Naira, you want to grab a smoke?
Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to that Coliseum today, right?
No. God, no.
I found a ring on the floor. I don't know where he went. I'm hoping it's not to cry or go to the Coliseum, but we'll see, I guess.
I mean, crying, likely.
Wait,
Coliseum,
did you not attune to it?
unlikely.
It wasn't given to
Can't
me.
attune
I mean,
to
like
it. She
in my,
can't.
you have to hand it to, like, send it to me on the thing.
Do you want it?
Besides,
Yeah,
Okay. It's in your inventory now.
I can. I just have to unattune to the other ring.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
I
know
can do
if
that
she
for
still
you.
wanted
You want
to.
psychic resistance off?
Not like gone, but not attuned.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Okay. Thanks, God.
Thanks, God.
You're welcome, my
Not thanks me. Wow.
Well, for
Wow.
you're not
Hey,
here. You're
you know
missing,
where
but
this
God
ring
is
Wow.
here.
came from.
God is
It
here
could
right
have been
now,
some
and you're out.
random do-gooder who just made this ring.
No, it said so. He sent a note.
It's equipped attitude.
Thanks, Gilga.
I don't want to hear this shit anymore.
You're busy repairing your
Gilga,
relationship.
what
All right,
room are you
we went
staying
outside
in?
to smoke.
Yeah, oh, absolutely definitely away from Paz. Even though he's still sleeping, but definitely away from Paz.
All right, so you're going outside. Rain's
Yeah.
pouring down. Tone that down just a little.
That's fine. We're just gonna lean against the wall under the
Yeah.
Like
awning.
I'm some kind of burden to you.
You're not a burden. Nobody said burden, but
Hey.
you.
Wait, what?
Um,
What
so
do you?
I think I have a lead on that entity that Paz interacted with in the swamp.
Oh, the clearly evil one.
Yeah, who I also think is tied to, or if not, is the leader of his group.
Another
Back home.
clearly evil one.
Yeah, which he refuses to accept.
That's okay. He also does not accept most food groups or any currency. So
You make a great point. But he's refusing to leave me alone, and I could use the assistance in case he tries to stop me from doing what I have to do if I run into the leader.
oh yeah, loud and clear. I can do that.
I appreciate it. You're kind of the only one I trust right now, so
Honestly, I'm getting there. But how are you even gonna find the leader? We've been running all over the place.
well, I've got some of my associates in town I spoke with yesterday. Have some leads that they gave me that I could work while we're here. Gave me some names, and
I'm guessing that's why our swamp problem is solved.
yeah, I let them know we had killed the dragon, and that seemed to be enough.
Anyone will go in now.
Yeah, to where they can go in and clean up the more common problems, such as undead. That's not a big factor for them.
Fair enough. Although I still think we could have just dealt with it.
Probably, but somebody probably would have died, and then they would have blamed me for making them stay. And my conscience doesn't need the extra guilt.
Yeah, well, it's probably worth something that you'd feel guilty about it.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so wait.
We're
Wait, how do
looking
you-
for something called a Forsaken.
A Forsaken.
Very ancient creature. Not from the Shadowfell, as far as we could tell. And possibly a blood drinker. So,
Oh, fun. Does
Yeah.
it, I'm guessing, well, see, the thing is, I would say, oh, can it disguise itself since Paz thinks it's its leader, but then again, Paz, again, doesn't know most vegetables or currency, so it honestly might not have been in a disguise the whole time.
powerful ones tend to take childlike appearances, from what I'm told. Which fits the
Yeah,
creature that spoke with Paz. And the timeline fits around the same time Paz and I and the rest of us crashed here. This creature was reported.
interesting. Did your associates give some kind of indication of where we can find it?
Ismar
Mm.
was where they were thinking, but there could be more we can pick up on in the city if it came through here.
Certainly.
We're going to be here for a bit, it seems. Sid and Wingsong need a little bit of recovery time.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how long I can personally stand to be here, but
That's why I'm asking if you want to stay busy with us. We can.
yeah, certainly. I'm assuming I won't be anywhere near your coworkers.
Probably not in the meeting places. Those tend to be a little more secretive. But if there's a meeting in a more public place, you're my friends, so they know I'm traveling with y'all. They know you're helping me.
And they're fine with that?
Mhm.
I understood that you guys were kind of, I mean, work with others as needed, but kind of get in, get out.
This seems to be an as needed occasion.
There seems-
Underestimated the leader once, and I almost died. So I'm not making that mistake again.
Oh yeah, Paz won't let you forget that one.
Though he seems to forget the rest of the events of that day.
He certainly hasn't brought them up.
There's a reason there's only 3 survivors from that incident. Myself, him, and the leader. The rest of his religious organization was not so lucky.
Unless that's fine for him, which judging by our run-in with a tree, it's not. I'm surprised he hasn't hit Gilga when he started getting, you know.
I don't think he's realized what he was a part of.
Yeah. Again, sea vegetables and currency, that's fair.
Yeah.
I think he thinks that we're all human also, so.
He hasn't seemed to grasp the fact that we are elves. But I think he'll be dead before he realizes that. Or accepts it.
True. And to be fair, we've only given him more proof that all things can technically talk, so that one's not going away.
Unfortunately.
Well, I've got your back. I am not going into a coliseum to fight, but I'm more than happy to do it for a friend or a better reason.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But don't tell him that I fully plan on killing
No.
his leader just yet. I haven't quite found the way to break that yet.
Keep this one here.
Yeah.
He sleeps a long time.
Yeah. So the poor little guy gets all tuckered out.
He just goes and goes, and then he crashes hard.
He's older than both of us.
He sure isn't.
He's definitely not older than me.
Definitely not older than them.
That's why I said both of us.
Oh, you guys, yeah.
And not us.
As we conclude your conversation, Paz, I assume you're going to be joining them, or joining Varus, right? this investigation, right? So you kind of make way outside of the tavern looking for them, right? So you kind of see them on the underneath the kind of covered area there from the entrance, smoking away, talking right up.
Morning,
Let's get a
sleepyhead.
stretch. Calisthenics are finished.
Uh-huh.
Well stretched, delivered for the day. Gilga hasn't given me his armor, so I guess
Lad's
I
already
guess he's
taken
gonna
off.
go kill somebody.
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
I mean, if he does, it'll be sanctioned by the whole city. So
No, I mean like personality was. I don't think he can.
You don't think he could make the final punch?
No,
I
no,
don't think he got
Think
the
he'd
flyer
freeze like
before
a
he
deer in
followed
headlights?
it.
I don't think he's prepared for it. I don't think he can.
I don't know.
Turncoat's always a
Kid's
weak
changed
build.
a bit in the last month.
Yeah. Do you remember we picked him up? He was so scared of everything.
Fighting two dragons,
Yeah. Really changes your perspective.
meeting a couple gods will do that too.
Yeah. Outside of the religious zealotry that he's picked up, he's doing pretty good.
I remember when I was the Duke of Harrock. That
Yeah.
was a great 4 days.
There was a little bit of infighting under your rule, but I do think that it.
Well, like it was the previous administration, you know. Turns out when they're part of a death cult, tends to leave instability.
Leaves a vacuum, really.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know anything about that, right?
But no, I don't. About what? No vacuums.
Right.
Power straw. I never led anything except for Harrock for those 4 days.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Heavy Heart, where are you in the realm of downtime?
So for this day, if everyone's wandering off to do their thing, I'm going to the temple,
Okay.
and I'm going there to cast a very specific spell on a very specific thing.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
Is it your mom?
we'll finish this conversation, then we'll get to that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you probably know what's coming. So
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Religious stuff.
Oh, because I think I know what he's gonna do, and I want to know.
you want to
It's
see
not
what happens
often
in
I
that?
see you excited.
Yeah.
Lore.
So
Don't give it away.
Excitement.
You know what? Let's go ahead and conclude. Get rid of this conversation. Delete it from the history. Let's go to the temple.
Where's the first stop?
If that's what everyone else wants to do, I mean, that's up to
Well,
the group.
technically, we're trying to get to downtime. We're doing downtime activities, but letting people role play for a little bit here. So, I think we can wrap up conversations. So we have 3 proceeding to go through the investigation, right, and then we have Heavy Heart going towards the temple. So a Bright Hope, right, that
Yoga's
multi-religious
repairing
temple.
his relationship with the blacksmith.
Yoga's going to repair. Now I'm going to ask, how much time are you all going to be here in the city doing these things?
I think this is gonna end up being up to Soot and I really. It's
I
like,
know.
Yeah.
Let's start off with who wants to take a week, right?
How long is this
I
cat
raise
nap?
my hand and then I go pick up Soot with the other hand by his neck scruff because I imagine he turned
This-
into a cat. And
This
then
will
I
all
say,
be
"He
this will all
also
be out of
has."
character, right? We're going to transition to out of character. So take yourself.
Do you mean you're
out.
not speaking from the heavens to us?
Yeah. So take yourselves out of your characters for a moment.
As the clouds part, how
Okay.
long?
Are we
Just
going to
Monty
take?
Python.
Are we going to
How
take a week? Are we going to
long
wait
are
for
you
maybe
here?
the next time the Black Rat makes port here and see if we can take him up on the opportunity to go to the Isle? Are we going to go back to Gobblesmack, get the coin back, or are
Oh
we?
God, that was his name.
Are we
This
gonna
whole-
Realm Gobblesmack? Are we gonna go? Are we gonna take the sloop to Jinrala, right back to Marsha? So what? How long are we going to do? And that might actually. How long are we gonna do downtime activities? That might also depend on what you want to do next. So if we're going to the Isle, if we're doing that, or if we're waiting for another competition, the Coliseum, finally taking Gilga up on the offer, let's out of character hammer it out. So let's figure it out. Let's do a vote, right? I think vote good. No, maybe I don't know.
Yep.
That's very
Yeah.
democratic.
Oh yeah,
Sure.
vote.
That's
Okay,
very
let's
democratic.
let's start off with the taking up the Black Rat, Cap Morgan, that whole to the Isle. Who in favor? Wow.
Great.
Michael, you
We're
are not a
popping.
player.
I'm not a player.
Unfortunately.
I'm just maybe take the hand and say, "Oh, hold your hand."
He's just encouraging participation with modeling.
I think
That's
that's
all.
Encouraging
illegal.
participation. So
That's
just
not
Heavy
that's not
Heart.
a very legal
Just
thing.
heavy thought.
Okay, just Heavy Heart. Okay, Coliseum.
Not even Gilga.
Not
Gilga's not even from the Coliseum anymore.
Very
I
much.
just remember when we said good luck with that, and you were like, "I'm gonna convince my
Demoralizing
friend."
roleplay. Hell no.
Oh,
That,
Back
that's done.
not
oh.
not particularly to the marshes, right? If we're gonna go through with the Velkin route, but we can still do the marshes, but general.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I got
We
4
can't
yeah,
see your
4,
hand,
5.
Cody, and
I got unfinished
and
business up there
Bailey.
as well.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like us to make our way back because we need to finish over there so we can keep moving forward.
So you all want to complete the marshes then?
What are the is there a final
want to
You
option?
don't have to complete.
I want to
marshes,
get to
you just-
Jinrula.
General. So separate.
General laws, yeah,
Okay.
general
Yeah.
laws like the main thing. And
I
then-
want to, at the very least, I want to go to Jinrula,
Mhm.
and then I don't think anybody else was up for the marshes, but I still want to kill stupid God Tree. But that's just a personal vendetta.
That's a
Okay.
circle back.
Personal vendetta.
Yeah.
Personal vendetta.
There's-
Okay,
there's a
so we
lot-
have.
lots to
I'm
unpack there.
not going to drag you into my personal vendetta.
Okay, so I have General as that is the leading here. I've had the most for that. Seems like majority. I had 4 people right in favor, and Heavy Heart. You know, Tony even raised your hand there. So
Mhm.
so for those that are not in favor of it, what would you be in favor of?
No, I mean that's fine with me.
Oh, okay, okay,
They
cool.
just don't have their cameras on, so they can't raise their hand.
I'm honestly pretty. Well, we can actually because we can.
I
Click
mean,
that.
yeah, I was more open for a couple.
You could
of
also
options. It was
you
really
can
just-
raise
I'm
your hand.
honestly-
the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can raise our hand in the thing.
We could
I
use
mean,
the
Varys-
module.
Yeah.
Varys would be fine with going back to Fort Farron too, because we do have a cart full of crap there.
Yeah.
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 And the
So much
general
pain
thing,
from hearing
fine.
that ding.
Yeah. I feel like despite you can't see our hands, we're fine with whatever.
I have a feeling that we sequence broke the game, and now we got to go back.
Yeah,
The
yes.
timeline.
Yeah.
A lot
to
of
finish
his.
something else that unlocks something
Like,
future.
I'm pretty sure we could go back there and then make it back here in like a couple of weeks and still sketch a ride to the Blessed Island.
Mm.
I mean, like you said, it was pretty regular, so yeah, that could
Yeah,
happen at another point.
Yeah.
I'm sure we could still.
Can
The
also
results
just
of the investigation also, I think,
could determine some things.
play into.
Okay.
To be fair, also, General is not that far from the Isle of Blessed, and we would get there by boat. So,
Well, I mean, we only have this boat for a week, and so
And we don't know how to run
Allegedly.
a blockade.
oh yeah, that
Yeah.
one's more of an issue.
Yeah. And like, none of us really knows
You're
how
just
to use a
sailing.
boat anyway.
So great. What is that up ahead?
Yeah.
All these warships. Should we turn around?
Oh,
No, we're running.
Nah, we got this.
I mean, like,
Pirate
only one
style.
of us knows how to actually like sail a boat. One of
I
us
can-
kind of has an idea.
that's
I
not
don't know
true.
what to
I successfully
Sounds
traversed that river the first time.
I think a river's a lot different than the ocean.
It's how different can it be?
A lot.
We're gonna find out. I already got us
got-
through the ocean once, but yeah.
If I remember, it was a natural 20 on an intelligence roll. Thing.
Do vehicle proficiencies count as tool proficiencies?
Vehicle proficiencies.
No, I
count
think
as
this
tool
is-
proficiencies.
Yeah.
Do
These are
they?
vehicles.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this. To
It's
me.
like musical instruments and tools. No.
Well, yeah. I'm just curious if using my Whispers of the Dead, I can learn how to sail a ship for a day.
For a day.
No.
Okay.
But they can probably aid you in like navigator's tools. So like helping you kind of
Okay.
navigate across the
Can I
water.
teach people how to do it?
Teach people. Oh yeah, I mean you could sail as on the way to Jinralaw if you're taking the sloop. Yeah, that'd be a good time to teach them.
I got a
Get
question.
some
as well,
real
Father.
experience.
Mm.
What? Blessed child.
He says, regretting it.
So does what about my jack of all trades? I know it's more open than his whispers of the emos, but
Jack of
Does
all trades
mine
is for
help out?
skills, not for vehicles, unfortunately. But
Okay.
it also pertains to athletics and other things you might have to do on a ship, so it's still aiding you. It's just not giving you proficiency in sea.
Okay, I'll be like Jack Sparrow. Whenever he was with Captain Blackbeard.
We
And like
I'm also captaining the ship, but I'm
Okay.
not.
We're gonna give you that play school wheel in your car seat,
Yeah.
so you can feel like you're
Little
driving the
Mario,
car.
little Mario Kart. Okay. So I was gonna state is that so Naira, you do have proficiency with sea vehicles, right?
Yep.
So you actually technically none of you need to have that proficiency at that point. You have one person that can captain the ship.
And one boat.
Tell
But
you
what if I also want to be a
do.
Or
captain?
one ship, sorry.
Oh yeah, you'll learn as you go, right? It's definitely a learning
I want
experience.
to be
This
the
is just picking up
second
as you go.
captain.
Okay. So with downtown activity, we're going to go ahead
Okay.
and we'll fast track some things. I'm going to state this: if you're going to be attempting to go through with the investigation with potentially the leader, that could take upwards of a week here, even 2 weeks, if you're trying to find more detailed things. Your rent is only for a week. Not saying that you couldn't go back to Rail of Gobblesmack and just add more time to that based on what the information, not only information that you got from Rail of Gobblesmack, but also now from the Golden Hand. So you definitely have some leverage there. So I'm not going to say that you couldn't get more time. So if you want to figure out more about the leader in depth, we can push past a week to 2 weeks. If you just want to understand some bits and pieces of information about what has happened here in the city with the particular character, we can take a week. And that'll also give time for the library and going through your studies in that week. In addition, for blacksmithing, we can definitely repair the relationship with Master Torvald. But you're not using the damn metal. So don't even.
I did not ask for the medal. I would like to clarify that I have not asked for the medal. I have made it a point to never ask for the medal again.
Okay, fantastic.
Gilga's getting hit from all sides.
Gilga's good. Yeah. Okay.
This is a bad week for Gilga. Gilga is trying to get his shit together.
Gotcha.
I feel bad because Gilga watched everyone totally turn down the one thing and then went and was like, I think I can get him to do this one.
Honestly, as a player, I was not. I was sort of surprised that it was this hard. I knew it was going to be hard. I wasn't expecting it to be this hard.
I just
So-
wanted to nip it in the bud and just be like, no, we're not going to the Coliseum.
I just
I
feel
need
like-
my downtime.
I just feel like both cats are fully cranky.
All right. So
And-
Gilga, what are you doing at the blacksmith for the week?
Yeah, I just told him like, I'm just gonna help around, maybe learn some new tricks, work on
Can he
any
add
odd
another
jobs
10
that
to his
the
proficiency
blacksmith
bonus?
has.
Okay. Just you're picking up odd jobs. You're looking to get expertise in blacksmithing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Give him that extra 10.
Week will be able to do it, especially with the hammer that you have and your skills as a blacksmith. We'll definitely be able to get expertise in that during this week. No worries there. Also, expenses based on tavern. I'm just chewing away at that based on what Heavy Heart had delivered just to the tavern in terms of gold. That was a large amount of gold to the tavern. So that'll definitely be enough, more than enough, anyways, to be able to procure rooms and food and board and all that. All right. So, what are you doing at the temple? Heavy Heart.
Going to find a nice quiet spot. Hopefully, like with near a statue of Pelor of some sort.
Okay.
I'm going to lay out various things, including my amulet, and I am going to cast Legend Lore on the amulet.
Okay. So, go ahead and pull up a piece of lore here. Give me 1 second. And have that apparently close it out. Okay. So, using legend lore, I'm going to frame it into what the spell would be communicating to you in terms of the legend of what this is. In the time of creation, when the worlds of the prime material plane were formed by celestial and infernal deities, the creatures that moved around upon them were the existence of their creators. The creatures and the monsters from the celestials were a certain way, and those of the infernals were a certain way. They were brought to the plane. They were created. This amulet was one of those creations. In the late period of creationists, upwards of over 6 million years ago, this amulet was created to manifest upon one of the creation's most prized and glorious, lore. It was a creature that has been told in time and that eventually settled roots. It was gifted many things, praised and pledged and loved. Eventually, the amulet was lost in time. The amulet was not simply for a connection back to the domain where it came from, but also so that it may return when it is time. And in that time, the legend of it stated, is when the world is at balance. But the amulet was only created on one world, and one world in particular, this one. But the amulet can be found on the same world in other times. It has been called home on these times. In your time, it is not. It is in your possession. The gifts the amulet provides are still there, as it does to the one that is now rooted and has grown over millions and millions of years. That is the story.
Would it take an insight check, or would mine be high enough to make a determination on who the one that's been growing for millions of years is?
It's up to you. I mean, you can insight that. I think that at this point, you're going off the information I gave you, and I think that you, unless you're looking for something in particular more about that individual, I can't just give you that in terms of, oh yes, it's this thing or this
Right.
person. So, but I
Okay.
can give you more information on like what that might encompass based on the lore of what you're getting.
Well, from what Thothing has an intuition on who it is, or what it is, who or what. Um, but of course, can't. Shoot, you know what? Would you let me do a retcon to change one of my spell preparations?
That's fine. We're in downtime. You can always just come back.
Yeah, I mean, you got a whole week.
Got a whole
That's
week.
true.
You got a week
Okay.
to 2
You
weeks.
can literally just keep
I'll
coming
do it
back here
I'll
and
do it
throwing
the
out
next day,
legend
but
lore.
I'm going to do ascending to the sun tree. Thema,
Oh, okay. So you send a sun. Okay.
and ask the sun tree, are you familiar with this amulet that has existed since the beginning of time? At the beginning of the creation of this world.
Okay. Send the sending spell. You get a reply.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's mine.
Do another sending and send back and say, I am in possession of this amulet sentry. Thought you would want to know.
That's good. I'm glad. I couldn't think of
Expect-
anybody else that I would let it have.
Okay. Then that's all for Thothic for now for this.
I have returned.
You have returned, and you have Miss Nash.
Thank goodness.
Anything else that you're going to do? Because that's only a couple days of the week there, Heavy Heart. So heading to the library, maybe, or doing anything in particular, or just chilling, hanging out, helping people.
Come back to me. I'll think of something else.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
All right. So in terms of downtime here, what we're going to come to is based on the investigation of the leader, right, the Forsaken. That's maybe going to determine some things. As far as the library and whatnot, that is actually going to be outside of the session. So I'm going to go ahead and type that up, and I'll send that in the lore for the Shadowfell and for the relationship there. The Forsaken, though, I'm going to state, and then I'm also going to include more details as well in lore. And then I'll also include the legend that was there and some more details as far as just some other little intricacies as far as timeline is concerned with what the legend is stating. So the Forsaken, going through your investigations about this leader,
I got one question
Forsaken
real.
blood drinker. Yeah,
I
go
got
for
one
it.
question real quick
Mhm.
before. Do I know his first name?
No.
Okay.
You know his last name.
I just want to know because I knew, but I didn't know if I would have ever known what his actual name was.
Yeah, I don't think that you're because we're gonna go back to when we made your Baxter a long time ago.
I know what the name is. I just don't know if in character I have ever heard his name. Because I've been playing off like I haven't. Why would I? He's just the leader.
I would think that no one, from what I remember, Shambaz, I'm trying to recall back and what we talked about when we went through
Yeah.
this. I think that everyone in your group just referred to them as the leader.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody knew them of the actual name. Now, you might have heard it from Varys. Varys, it's up to you though. If you told, because you know.
I don't think I ever told him his name.
Yeah, I don't think you ever did. So I think that Varys knows the name of the individual, and then you only know him as the leader. I'm not gonna through this investigation. I'm sure
that was the only thing I wanted to know is if I ever would have known what his actual name is.
Okay. So what you are finding out here is following in line with the information that was provided to you from First Master Solinva, right? And also working with them, kind of going back and forth with certain areas that are kind of referred to as like hotspots, places that there has been a crime that's been committed within the city. Emberock, talking with them about bite marks and other sorts of things that the bodies have been drained of blood. And also using certain concoctions and potions, the First Master as well as Velkin, in subduing and removing the memories of the Emberock who found the bodies. So not just that they are going through the steps of investigating the scenes, right? They're also going through the steps of making sure no one is aware that should not have that knowledge that a creature like this exists right here, right? So working off of that and figuring it out, it's not like they're trying to cover anything or cover anything up, really. They're just trying to put a blindfold back on the population, not making people scared.
Yeah, you don't want to cause panic.
Don't want to cause panic. You figured out that this individual has gone by the name of T and has stayed within the Prim Iris, the upper floors. So Inquisitive Master Fenor, right? That's the owner there, and working through this. They had stayed here for a period, which is ranging of a good amount of time, upwards of a month right now, so a little bit further than the first master had stated. So they stayed here quite a bit longer. They had partaked in a great number of individuals in rebuilding their strength, it seems, and they are of a passerby. They are completely like travelers, adventure type folks. This is not unfamiliar to Othema, right? Basically, people that didn't have any sort of call to the city, no one would come looking type attitude. And then you are able to figure out at the end of this week, after tracing through the individuals and the families and speaking and trying to figure out who they are and all of that, that T had procured a horse as well as had been communicating with a small child. Small child fits the exact same description of the one that Paz had described in the marshes. And they had not gone together, but they had parted ways. One going further north, outside of the city, making away from the Sterling outpost, the spoiled rat, and the other continuing on their travels past the outpost, heading in the direction of Ismar. Okay.
Wonderful.
So letting you, it said we got to state it for potentially decisions, right? I'm going to advance the time clock now. Like I said, the library stuff can come later, so I'm going to get the current date to switch. You might get an error. There's an error when I try to change time for some reason. It's really, or sorry, dates in the calendar. Just FYI. So as we get into the morning, no competition after this week, right? Because it's bi-weekly, so we're back on that same Saturday. Courtesy of that, you all are very well rested. All your spells are back, so you can put the spell slots back if you'd like. If you use spells during time, it's basically directed to you, heavy heart. You're able to be well fed, kind of well kept, and it's definitely, I would say, a treat to be in the month of travels that you've all had and like all the things that you face, to be able to like sit down in the city and just enjoy yourselves for a moment, coming to the tavern and drinking and eating, going to some shops, right, going through your investigations and finding yourselves. It was a nice experience. And so now you find, all of you, after this week, going through all of the things, you find yourselves at the table, eating your breakfast, getting your last drinks, picking up your bags, heading in the direction of the lower dock to get upon a ship that you go for it.
Sorry. I did think of something else I wanted to do during the downtime.
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, just to get a chance to insert.
Yeah, you're good.
One day I would like to cast Scrying on my father.
Forgot about that.
Okay. So as you cast Scrying on your father, you are met. I'm not going to transition any maps because that'll take me having to get things for compendium and stuff, which we're running out of time here. So you cast Scrying outwards. We'll do Theater of Mind. So you put the sensor and you're placed on the visage of your father, and you're brought into what seems to be a cold terrain. The rock itself is kind of slightly frozen up. There's bits and pieces, jagged, protruding, some short grass, and there's these stone housings with stone thatched roofs. It's outdoors. There's an overcast, slight snows falling down. And these housings are long, rectangular, single story structures. And they have been almost like there's parts of them that have been damaged and removed. Like there's been gone through numerous kind of reconstructions. The doors are kind of iron barred. There's tents and other things that are pitched up around, and this grounds that surrounds, sorry, this ground that is in between all of the rectangular buildings, right? And it's almost like a communal place. And when you begin to look in the scrying sensor, all you see are dwarfs with tattered clothing and wool kind of cloaks over the shoulders, hunkered down nearby small campfires with pots and other things. And they're just kind of hunkered down in space. There's hundreds of them. And you're looking and you see that the entire place is walled. One very much so larger, all the way up to about 40 feet in height. This massive bricked stone. Some of the slabs are like 6 feet tall, and the stone, it's all bricked up. And then there's these towers on that wall as they range, very squared off, and there's an interior space. And then you look around, a smaller wall, maybe 15 feet or so, platforms that have been makeshift out of metal, as well as some stone. These platforms have kind of a metallic, kind of octagonal like roof on top of them, and there are other dwarfs that are up there. They have braziers that are lit, cloaks over them, and they're armored, shields and crossbows at the ready, bolts and things, and they're kind of surveying the scene and looking around. And then as you're looking and see your father hunkered down there through the sensor, right? This is you're focusing on. Grasping on a little piece of stale old bread and just kind of munching on it. Another one asks for some food and they just kind of hand it over to them, just giving away their own rations, if you will. They just continue to hunker down and hear voices from the crowd, right? They're talking and still, and based on what you're hearing, this is a concentration camp. Father is a prisoner. Don't know the location of this. There's nothing around to be able to know that. But you know that it's somewhere up north. It's cold. There's dwarves. It's like a city built of stone.
Okay.
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 Anything else you wish to try to see with the scrying orb?
So this is a city of stone. Is this somewhere underground or is it open air above them?
It's open air. It's overcast. It's snowing down. This is out in the elements. This is not a dwarvish city, but
Right.
yet it has many, many of the features of a dwarvish city. Just in what you've seen in the housing structure, the way the roofs are done, even some of the towers that they've constructed. They're not exactly adequate in terms of dwarvish engineering and stonework, but they are done in a way that resemble that dwarfs had a very primary hand in making it. Isn't a check that I need from you. City built of stone that is outside is only by the name of Aluda. That is the literal transcription to Dwarvish. City of stone.
I'm sorry, did you say you needed a check from me?
I do not need a check from you. You
don't
know
need a
that.
check. Okay,
You
sorry.
know that.
Yeah, I know
Yes.
that.
As a dwarf, you know what a loot is. As someone
Right.
that comes from the old, like you have information here on the continent. I don't need to. Once you can
Yeah.
see that it's a city built of stone and it's in the outside, there is only one such place like it on the continent. Okay.
Hunting
Gilga.
down
All
Gilga
right.
later.
Yeah, I might have to.
I
We have a
know, this
DL
is
Gilga
my-
right now.
I know, I know. I don't notice, right? Because you're
Yeah.
using scrying, so I
Yeah.
don't know
Right.
shit right now. I
You
know.
don't.
Fuck.
Not until Thothin comes and starts
Yeah.
interrogating you.
Okay. Okay. That's a good way to end it. You all packing up your backpacks and you begin to head in the direction of the sloop. You begin to aboard, getting your backpacks, your supplies, maybe some extra food rations, things, begin to stash them into the lower decks of the sloop, getting your kind of hammocks pitched up at the lower deck, right? Because there's two decks here, and getting ready and fit for sailing. You take off the rope and you get going, letting down the sail and heading out into the bay. And we'll pick up the journey on our next session there. All right? Sound good, everyone?
Woohoo!
Cool.
Sound
You
good?
make it really hard to
If-
be a jovial character when you say things like a dwarven concentration camp.
Yeah, that was strong.
It hits
Strong
hard,
there
doesn't
for-
it?
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
That
it
was
hits
a-
hard. Yeah.
I didn't even know. I was gonna make like originally like I was on the tip of making a joke, but then you said concentration camp, and I was like, oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we steer away from that and focus on it. It sounds more like a prisoner of war or a labor camp, not necessarily quite the same Jewish over here.
If I was being honest, like this session was fun just because like I'm like I now know what everyone's opinion of Gilga is. So
Oh,
fuck,
wow.
fuck everything. No, I'm joking. I just want to do something in the city, right? So I was like, maybe doing like a coliseum would be cool,
But it
fun.
wasn't like Gilgan needs help. It was like Gilgo feels like doing this
So-
in the moment.
So I do want to say, because I used to study history, the reason why I use concentration camp is not in relation to the Nazi regime and what they were doing in Auschwitz and other things, but an actual concentration camp in definition is a political prisoner camp. So it's
Yeah,
Totally
we,
fine.
we
There's
did
a
them.
historical connotation that we can no longer escape from it. So
I mean, we did it
Yeah.
with Japanese people in America.
exactly yeah. So
So-
it's
100%.
yeah, and so drawing the comparison, I want you to draw the comparison to that, not necessarily what we have in real life, but we're here for an escape. We're here to get away from that, and so it's really for like political prisoners.
Okay. Could be
You shouldn't
internment.
use a specific
labor,
nationality. Like if you use
prisoner, or-
German or Russian for the Gilgal soldiers, I mean that's
Yeah, we can say
I
That would
think
be
we
you
can
did.
use internment. We can say internment center, political prisoners as well.
I mean,
labor
if
camp,
the
not working.
actions match the word, okay. I'm just saying.
Very true, very true. Yeah, which we don't know that we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It could
You have
evolve
very
into yeah, that's
luxurious
definitely
vibes
matching the
there.
definition. I'm just saying.
Hudley's dad has
I got
had a
you.
really
I'm
bad
with
month.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, like it's just been a really bad storm that just happened there. That's why it looks bad.
More than welcome to change language if it's easier for you all. That's no worries. Just trying
no,
to
just keep it.
just trying to
Be
relate.
controversial.
I'm just trying to
Well,
relate.
well,
I
to what
I
this
was
would be.
Controversial, considerate.
I
You
was
know,
just
don't
expecting,
forget-
they're rebuilding after the dragon attack, and it's like, no,
I know. I'm
no,
just
he's in prison.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I legit
I
Is
could
that
go
what
back.
I'm thinking
but he's
right
in
now?
prison after a dragon attack.
Yeah, he's
like,
had
I
a really
legit
bad
thought
month.
that, like,
Yeah, but he's in the Ludo, which is like I'm like, oh shit, like that dragon has to be related to Gilgal, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he
Well,
just like
we know what
escaped
dragon
and they
did
like
it.
made a thingy.
Thing is, we know what dragon did it. So
Or do we?
I would just like to say that
No,
you
we
are
do.
making it really hard for me to stay with this group DM. I'm just like I want to
we
book
very
it
much do now.
to Ismar, you know? I
There's
really
two
just
people.
want to book it to Ismar.
Well, you
Well,
want
I
to
mean,
you want us to go to Ismar both for your parents, and then a bunch of us want to go to Ismar for other things. It's not like
yeah,
anyone's like
You're not gonna have to
there's
fight
now
anyone
4
to run that
reasons
way.
for us to travel to Eastman.
yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I mean, like,
5
we could
members
easily
of the
go
party
there
are gonna go.
after we go to Fort Farron because it's
Yeah.
on the way.
That's kind of
Yeah,
what
but
I think.
isn't the pass, the Gorn Pass, like
I need
blocked
to go.
off right now, so we can't go through because it's like
Yeah, but we know the frost giant, so we can just go get the.
We also
go kill
killed the
frost giant.
dragon that was running that.
should I just fight a fucking army just in the Gorn? Isn't it an army of dead? Am I wrong? I thought that was what was
He
blocked.
said it was he said it was an army of undead that were being run by Grugash to be killed.
And Grugash is like dead, so now they're like mindless dum-dums instead of being mindless dum-dums led by a big dum-dum.
I need to leave.
Unless something else.
All right, adios,
Oh,
bye.
Okay.
Bye,
Bye.
Hayden.
Like,
You need to close.
944. Yeah, I'll put experience in your sheet, and I'll close up the stream here in just a second.
Okay,
Are we level 11 yet?
No, we're
No.
not close.
No, we're almost there.
Yeah, we're
With
pretty close.
944 XP.
We're
Yeah,
pretty
at this
close.
rate, just give us a couple.
I'm gonna close out the stream so people can leave. If you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Nameless Fellowship. Woo!
Thank you.
All right. Bye.